Hello, everybody, and welcome in to this Thursday night softball action where the Marshfield Tigers at 9-3 take on the Chippewa Falls Cardinals coming in at 9-2. The Tigers 6-2 in conference play in the Wisconsin Valley Conference. That's good for a tie at first place in the conference with Wisconsin Rapids. And for the Chippewa Falls Cardinals, they're 6-0 in the Big Rivers Conference and sitting atop the Big Rivers Conference. Chippewa Falls coming off a win against Eau Claire Memorial, and the Marshfield Tigers coming off a win at Wausau East. And now we'll go through the starting lineups here, and we'll just go in order of batting order. At number 1 is number 7, Hannah Aldrich. Pitching tonight is Aldrich as well. At number 2 at third base, number 4, Madison Bauer. Number 3 in the order is Madison Baker over at first base tonight. And the designated player, Cameron Feldstedt, number 9. And at 5, it's Bazia Olsen, number 13, out over at left field. Then it's Kenna Johnston over at shortstop tonight. And it's Paige Steinmetz in center field. Emmy Berg at catcher for the Cardinals. And Michael Burrow over at second base for the Cardinals. And over in right field, it's Lizzie Boytow in right field. And for the Marshfield Tigers, it's Taylor Barwick. Taylor Barwick over in right field. And number 2 in the order, it's Brooklyn Bowman in center field. And at catcher, it's Madeline Bornbach. And at shortstop, it's Lauren Jacoby. At third base, Brianna Jacoby. And first base, Sandra Costa. And over at second base is Lydia Schaefer. And over in left field, it's Emma Dorschhorst. And at pitcher, it's Courtney Donahue. Again, my name is Kale Jacoby alongside Jada Hamblin doing the production tonight as you are watching Marshfield Chippewa Falls softball on Zaleski Sports. Again, this not the only game we have tonight here on Zaleski Sports. We got 7 live broadcasts tonight on Zaleski Sports. We have our game here tonight, and before we get into that, I'll take a break from the headset, but we'll stay here with the national anthem. And welcome back, everybody, as again we're getting set for a matchup between two teams sitting atop their respective conferences, with the Chippewa Cardinals 6-0 in the Big Rivers Conference, sitting at first place, in the Marshfield Tigers at 6-2 in the Wisconsin Valley Conference, tied with Wisconsin Rapids for the conference lead there. And while they warm up, we'll take a quick break and be right back after this with the start of this one.
S25G, plus no activation fees. So you can stream, capture, and post without foo. Switch and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G at US Cellular. Choose fair.
Northside Computers is Marshfield's U.S. Cellular store. Visit us on South Central Avenue in Marshfield for the latest Samsung, Apple, personal cellular devices, tablets, and more.
Need incentive to get started at Mid-State Technical College? 1, 2, 3 for free can save up to $900 on tuition. Start this summer if you'd like. No catches, no application fee or essays to write. 1, 2, 3 for free at Mid-State. Get started at mstc.edu.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start this matchup between the Marshfield Tigers and the Chippewa Falls Cardinals, and it'll be the Cardinals up to bat first. Leading off is pitcher Hannah Aldrich. Again, on the mound for the Tigers tonight is Courtney Donahue. That one's high and inside for ball one to Aldrich. As we are underway in this doubleheader here today, so this is not the only game. We'll have another game between these two teams shortly after the conclusion of this one. That's a big swing and a miss from Hannah Aldrich there. 1-1 the count from Donahue to Aldrich. And 1-1 to Aldrich. That one's going to be just outside, but on the outside of the strike zone for strike number 2. 1-2 the count now to Hannah Aldrich. And Donahue on the mound for the Tigers. And that's another big swing and a miss from Aldrich, and a strikeout for Donahue. So 1 up and 1 down as Aldrich strikes out, and that brings up the third baseman, Madison Bauer. Bauer rocking the number 4 tonight. That one's high and outside for ball 1 to Bauer. Donahue looks, winds, throws, and that'll be inside and low for ball 2. 2-0 the count to Bauer. 1 down here in the top of the first. Nobody on for the Cardinals. And that's right down the middle for strike number 1. 2-1 the count now to Madison Bauer. Again, both of these teams at the top of their respective conferences. Marshfield tied with Rapids at the top of the, as that one is another strike to Bauer. 2-2 the count to Madison Bauer. Donahue winds, throws, and that one's going to be just high and outside for ball 3. 3-2 the count to Madison Bauer. And 1 out. Nobody on here in the top of the first. 3-2 the count. Donahue throws, and that one's popped back and fouled off as Bauer stays alive in the count. 3-2 the count, full count to Madison Bauer still. And that's a big swing and a miss, so 2 batters and 2 strikeouts for Donahue as Madison Bauer goes down swinging. That brings up number 3 in the order, Madison Baker, the first baseman. That one's inside. Baker ducks out of the way for ball number 1. Again, we have 7 live broadcasts here tonight on Zaleski Sports. We have Columbus Greenwood baseball tonight as well. Edgar Assumption softball as Donahue winds, pitches, and that one's going to be low for ball number 2. We also have Fond du Lac Neenah baseball tonight. Edgar Assumption baseball, along with Edgar Assumption softball. Wisconsin Rapids and Marshfield tennis, and DC Everest Marshfield soccer tonight as well. As that one's grounded over to shortstop. Now the throw's made to first, and the out will be had at first base. So 3 up and 3 down here in the top of the first inning. We'll take a quick break and be right back with the bottom of the first right after this here on Zaleski Sports.
Scotty's Pizza and Chicken of Marshfield has been voted best pizza in Marshfield 12 years in a row. With popular choices like broccoli, bacon, cheese, drunken chicken, or any of the 25 specialty pizzas, Scotty's is ready to earn your vote now at 715-384-8118. Choose Scotty's for pizza, chicken, subs, sandwiches, and more. Carry out, dine-in, and delivery. Scotty's Pizza and Chicken, 715-384-8118.
At the Granite Shop, we take great pride in what we do. We offer high-quality natural stone granite as well as a huge selection of man-made stone. With full slabs as well as a variety of partial remnants, you'll have no problem finding the stone that was meant for you. Our high-end, high-quality granite, quartz, and marble is perfect for any kitchen, bathroom, or remodel need. We are locally owned and operated on County Road C near Stratford. We service all of Wisconsin.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. As we get set to start the bottom of the first inning, the Tigers will be up to bat following the top of the first, where the Cardinals went 3 up and 3 down. Donahue with 2 strikeouts in the top of the first, and then a ground out from Madison Baker of the Cardinals to finish out the top of the first for the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. And it will be Hannah Aldrich out on the mound for the Cardinals to start off here tonight. And leading off for the Marshfield Tigers is going to be Taylor Barwick. Barwick over in right field tonight as we get set to start here in the bottom of the first inning. And just a reminder to check out all the games, as many games as you can, on the Zaleski Sports Broadcast Network. All games are live and free on ZaleskiSports.com. As Aldrich continues to get warm here to start the bottom of the first inning. We've had a little bit of rain here today at different times and really over the last few days, starting Tuesday. But it's relatively clear here today. And that brings up right fielder number 4, Taylor Barwick. Barwick, the lefty for the Tigers. First pitch is right down the middle for strike number 1 to Barwick. So Aldrich, 1 pitch, 1 strike here to start off tonight. And that one's popped out into left field, and that'll be an out in left field. So Barwick pops out to left field, so it's 1 up and 1 down for the Marshfield Tigers. And that brings up number 2 in the order, center fielder, number 16, Brooklyn Bowman. Bowman, the lefty as well. She tries to get a bunt down and gets part of the bet on it, but it'll be fouled back for strike number 1. That one's low and inside for ball 1 to Bowman. 1-1 the count from Aldrich to Brooklyn Bowman at the plate for the Tigers. And a big swing and a miss from Bowman there. So 1-2 the count to Bowman. And that one's popped back, fouled back as Bowman stays alive in the count. That one's popped back and into the netting again. So again, Brooklyn Bowman staying alive in the count. And that one's low and in the dirt for ball number 2. 2-2 the count to Brooklyn Bowman. Again, Aldrich on the mound for the Cardinals tonight. Aldrich winds up, pitches, and that one's popped back, fouled back again by Bowman. So Bowman fighting to stay alive here in the count for the Marshfield Tigers. Aldrich just trying to get Bowman out here in the bottom of the first. That one's high for ball 3, so the count runs full to Brooklyn Bowman. 3-2 the count. Nobody on, 1 down here in the bottom of the first inning. Aldrich winds, pitches, and that one's fouled back again by Bowman. So Bowman showing some fight here at the plate, refusing to go down and staying alive in the count. And she fouls it back again. So Bowman with about 5 or 6 fouls here, all with 2 strikes. So she continues to make contact and stay alive in the count. So 3-2 the count to Bowman. And that one's going to be right on the outside of the strike zone for strike 3. And Bowman strikes out looking. So 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the first inning. Top of the first inning here in game 1 of 2 here in Thursday's doubleheader between the Marshfield Tigers and the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. And that brings up number 3 in the order, catcher Madeline Bornbach. Bornbach, the lefty as well. That one's popped out into left center and caught. So 3 up, 3 down for both sides here in the first inning. And we'll take another quick break and be right back with the top of the second right after this here on Zaleski Sports.
Bauer & Fine Business Technologies is your complete office technology solution. For 60 years, Bauer & Fine Business Technologies has been serving school districts, municipalities, counties, religious organizations, and businesses in Wisconsin and beyond. Visit b-bt.com and let Bauernfeind Business Technologies be your complete office technology solution. That's b-bt.com.
Hewitt's Meat has been producing the highest quality meat in the area since 1939. From chicken to pork, beef to seafood, here you'll find only the best. Try our award-winning summer sausage and snack sticks, made from only the highest quality cuts, no fillers. And good luck choosing between our 34 flavors of brats. Stop by for lunch and grab a made-to-order sub, burger, or salad. And don't forget all the canned goods, salsas, pickles, pizzas, and more. All locally sourced. Hewitt's Meat in Marshfield and Tomahawk.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the top of the second inning. But first, we'll hear from our friends over at Fleet Farm. If you like Fleet Farm, you've got to sign up for Fleet Rewards. You earn points to save even more on things that you already buy. Plus, it's free to sign up. Start earning points today with Fleet Rewards. Fleet Farm, proudly serving the Midwest since 1955. Again, be sure to pick up some of that Fleet Farm candy as well over there at your local Fleet Farm. Big thanks to all of our sponsors here at Zaleski Sports for allowing us to bring you guys live sports all free at ZaleskiSports.com. That brings up Cameron Felstead, designated player for Chippewa Falls. That's pop back, fouled back for strike number one as Felstead leads off for the Cardinals. Again, Donahue on the mound for the Tigers. Donahue. And that's right down the middle for strike number two to Felstead. Donahue with two strikeouts back in the first inning, as that one's popped back and fouled off. As Felstead stays alive. As the Cardinals went 3 up and 3 down in the top of the first. Donahue with two strikeouts in the first inning. That's inside, as Felsted's just able to dodge that pitch hitting her for ball number one. 1-2 the count to Cameron Felstead. That one's going to be high and outside for ball number two. 2-2 the count. No outs here in the top of the second. Nobody on. Felstead facing the 2-2 count from Donahue. And a big swing and a miss from Felstead there, so another strikeout for Donahue.
Now batting, number 13, Olson.
As that brings up number 13, the left fielder, Bazia Olson. As Olson checks her swing, but it's a strike anyways. 0-1 the count to Bazia Olson. And another big swing and a miss from Olson there. So quickly 0-2 in the count. Donahue getting ahead in the counts early there on the mound, as she has another 0-2 count in her favor. That one's going to be high for ball one. 1-2 the count to Olson. Donahue looking for her fourth strikeout in just 5 batters. We'll have to wait. There's a time called. Olson will take a few practice swings, get right back in the batter's box, and get ready to go. As Olson thought about swinging on that one, good thing she did not, as that was way outside for ball number 2. So 2-2 the count now to Bazia Olsen. 1 down here in the top of the second. And that one's chipped back and fouled back as Olsen staying alive in the count for the Cardinals. Olsen, the right-handed hitter. And a big swing and a miss from Olsen as Olsen strikes out. 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the second, and that's Donahue's 4th strikeout in just 5 batters. And that brings up shortstop Kenna Johnston. Johnston, the lefty, wants a couple more practice swings. As she bunts that, it's popped up and out. So 3 up and 3 down in all 3 of our half innings so far here tonight. We'll take another quick break and be right back with the bottom of the second inning right after this here on Zaleski Sports.
I really got to understand what what a nurse is. Do they focus on you? You know, do they make sure that you're comfortable? And, you know, that's what Shai has. It's the connection that he has, you know, my best interest in mind, always.
Why wait another day? Let's take the next step together towards a better life.
Your snow adventure awaits at Power Pack in Marshfield and Irvs and Tomahawk. We're ready for snow. Stocked, locked, and loaded with 2 stores of inventory and the best selection of snowmobiles and off-road machines in the area. Activate your adrenaline on your new Polaris snowmobile, side-by-side or ATV. Save up to $1,500 on 2020 models. Plus, check out our snow gear from all the leading brands at both locations. Don't wait. Your adventure starts today at Power Pack in Marshfield and Irvs Sales and Service in Tomahawk. Your snow adventure destination.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the bottom of the second inning here in Marshfield, Wisconsin.
Now batting for the Tigers.
As we've had 3 straight 3 up and 3 down half innings, and that brings up leading off for the Tigers is shortstop number 14 Lauren Jacoby. Aldrich on the mound. That one shot out into left field, so Jacoby is going to have a base hit. So the first hit of the night for either side is a base hit from Lauren Jacoby.
Now batting number 13.
And that brings up
Brianna
number 5 in the order,
Jacoby.
third baseman Brianna Jacoby. Jacoby, the right-handed hitter. That one's in there for strike number 1 from Aldrich to Brianna Jacoby. And a big swing and a miss there from Jacoby for strike number 2. 0-2 the count to Brianna Jacoby. Runner at first, no outs here in the bottom of the second inning. Again, both these teams at the top of their respective conferences coming into tonight's game. And that's down the middle for strike number 3 as Jacoby's caught looking for out number 1 here in the bottom of the second. And that brings up first baseman Sandra Costa. Costa, the right-hander. That's going to be high for ball 1 to Costa. And still 0-0 here in the second inning. First hit of the inning was a couple minutes ago from Lauren Jacoby. She's over at first with 1 down. And that one's just tipped back, fouled back by Costa there. 1-1 the count. And 1-1 the count to Costa. That's inside and low for ball 2. 2 on the count from Hannah Aldrich to Sandra Costa. Again, runner at first, 1 down here in the bottom of the second, still no score. And that's called a strike for strike number 2 to Costa. 2-2 the count, runner at first. Aldrich on the pitch. That's going to be low for ball number 3, so the count runs full to Sandra Costa. Looking to advance Jacoby over there at first. 3-2 the count. And that one's grounded to Aldrich, gets by her, and Costa's going to reach first as it goes off the glove of Aldrich.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 12, Lydia.
The Tigers
Schaefer.
with 2 runners on. Runners at first and second. And that brings up second baseman Lydia Schaefer. Schaefer, the right-hander, with runners at first and second. As she thought about the bunt, pulls it back. Good choice. That is a ball. 1-0 the count now to Schaefer. It's Costa at first, Jacoby at second. Schaefer at the plate, and that's down the middle for strike 1 to Lydia Schaefer. Again, 7 live broadcasts here tonight on the Zaleski Sports Broadcast Network. And that's bunted down. Aldrich comes up, and Schaefer's out at first, but runners advance to second and third. So job completed there for Schaefer as she grounds out to first on the bunt, but runners advance to second and third as Emma Dorhorst, the left fielder, up to bat now for the Tigers. Dorhorst, the lefty. And a big swing and a miss from Dorhorst there. 0-1 the count. Runners at second and third to Dorhorst. And that's popped back, fouled back for strike 2. Hannah Aldrich on the mound. Dorhorst at the plate. 0-2 the count. And that's fouled off again as Dorhorst stays alive. Dorhorst looking to bring in the runners at second and third for the Tigers. It's Costa at second, Jacoby at third. And Dorhorst at the plate. And that's popped up and fouled back once again as Emma Dorhorst continues to stay alive in the count. 0-2 the count to Dorhorst. As that's grounded over to first, through the glove of the first baseman, but the play is made nonetheless. And that'll do it for the second inning as 2 runners are left stranded for the Tigers. No scores through the first 2 innings. We'll take another quick break and be right back with the top of the third right after this here on Zaleski Sports.
I had an employee at once ask me to prioritize family, faith, and business. And I put them in that order in particular. For each one of our employees, it's family first. You do what is best for you and your family. Then the rest of it will take care of itself. It's about making sure you make the best decisions for you and your family.
Chili Implement, located just north of Highway 10 in Chile, is your place for Kubota zero-turn mowers. If your lawn is big or small, we have all the lawn care solutions for you. Check out our 60-inch deck. Kubota powerful, precise, proven. Chili Implement is your choice for Kubota, Case IH, and Gale. Chili Implement, open 6 days a week to serve you. Chili Implement.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the top of the third, as the Cardinals will be up to bat. But first, we'll hear from our friends over at Draxler Transport. Draxler has flatbed driving opportunities that pay you a 5-cent per mile premium over van. At Draxler Transport, drivers are always home for their requested time off. Draxler Transport is a family-oriented company that treats you like family. Visit DraxlerTransport.com to apply today. Leading off for the Cardinals is Paige Steinmetz. Steinmetz over in center field today. That's going to be high for ball one to Steinmetz. Paige Steinmetz, the right-hander, faces the 1-0 count, and that one will be on the edge of the strike zone for strike number one to Steinmetz. Again, we're scoreless through 2 innings. Tigers looked like they would have a chance there towards the end of the second. Unable to bring the runners at second and third home, as we're scoreless here in the top of the third inning. And the count is 2-1 to Paige Steinmetz from Donahue out on the mound for the Tigers. And that's fouled off into the netting for strike 2 to Steinmetz. And again, both these teams sit atop their respective conferences. Chippewa Falls 6-0 in their conference play. Marshfield 6-2. Marshfield 9-3 overall. Cardinals 9-2 overall, and that's going to be low for ball number 3. Count runs full to Steinmetz. And if Marshfield were to win today, they would have sole control of first place until Rapids, as Steinmetz's walk, she'll take her base. And as we were saying, until Rapids plays Chippewa Falls tomorrow night in a doubleheader as well. So now up to bat for the Cardinals is Emmy Berg, the catcher. That's low and inside for ball number 1. And runner at first. No outs here in the top of the third inning to Berg. And that's chipped back, fouled back for strike number 1. And 1-1 the count to Emmy Berg. And runner at first here in the top of the third inning. Still no outs. Pitch from Donahue is a big swing and a miss from Emmy Berg there. 1-2 the count now to Berg. That one's going to be outside for ball number 2. Count evens up at 2-2 to Emmy Berg. And Courtney Donahue pitching for the Tigers. She had 4 strikeouts within her first 5 batters. And that's going to be good for ball 3 to Berg. Count runs full at 3-2. That one's fouled back as Berg staying alive. count is full to Emmy Berg. Donahue pitches, and that one's fouled back once again by Berg. And just staying alive. It looks like Assumption Edgar baseball and softball getting ready to start here in about 10 minutes or so. Be sure to check out those games as well as all 7 games we got broadcast here tonight on the Zaleski Sports Broadcast Network. And that pitch is down the middle and hit out into center field, past the center fielder. And a run's going to score for the Cardinals as Emmy Berg with the double. And Steinmetz scores for the Cardinals for the first run of the game. Chippewa Falls leads 1-0. Again, that was Brooklyn Bowman out in center field for the Tigers. Just didn't get the glove down, or the ball maybe hopped up above her glove and got past her and allowed the Cardinals to get that scoring run. So 1-0 now. Cardinals lead. That brings up second baseman Michael Burrow. Michael Burrow up to bat for the Cardinals. Still no outs here in the top of the 3rd inning. That's high for ball 1. That's low and inside, but called a strike. Just hit the bottom inside corner for strike 1 to Burrow. One the count to Michael Burrow. That's swung and fouled back. 1-2 the count now to Burrow. Again, runner at second. That's Berg over at second off the double. As Burrow faces the 1-2 count. No outs here in the top of the 3rd inning. That's low and outside for ball 2. Count evens up at 2-2. Cardinals lead 1-0 over the Marshfield Tigers. That's inside. Burrow ducks out of the way for ball number 3. 3-2 the count to Burrow. And that's called a strike. Burrow checks her swing, but called a strike. So Burrow strikes out looking. And that's Donahue's 5th strikeout of the day. It's the first out of the inning. And that brings us back to the top of the order to pitcher Hannah Aldrich. Aldrich struck out swinging her first at bat. And first pitch is a ball to Aldrich. Aldrich, the lefty. And that's a big swing and a miss there from Hannah Aldrich. And 1-1. And another big swing and a miss from Aldrich. 1-2 the count now to Hannah Aldrich. That's going to be just outside for ball number 2. 2-2 the count. As Donahue's done a nice job today of just painting the outside corners, the outsides of that strike zone, and getting some swings and misses here from the Cardinals. And there's a big swing and a miss there, and another strikeout for Donahue. Aldrich strikes out swinging for the second time in her 2 at-bats, and Donahue now with 6 strikeouts in 3 innings. And that brings Madison Bauer, the third baseman, up to bat for the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. Bauer, the right-handed hitter. And that was right down the middle for strike number 1 to Bauer. And Donahue has just given up the 1 hit so far today. Other runner on base was a walk earlier in this inning. And that one's right down the middle again for strike number 2 from Donahue to Bauer. I have a time as Bauer takes a couple swings, steps back in the box, and is ready to go. That one's high and outside for ball 1. 1-2 the count now to Madison Bauer. Again, looks like Edgar Assumption Softball and Baseball just getting ready to start here in a few minutes. That one shot out into deep left field, and it'll be bobbled and dropped in left field. So Berg's going to score for the Cardinals on the dropped fly ball out in left field, and Bauer's going to reach all the way to second base. So a couple outfielding mistakes from the Tigers have both led to 2 runs for the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. As Bauer reaches on an error. That one is a strike to Madison Baker, now up to bat for the Cardinals. Runner at second. 0 on the count. That one's fouled back. 0-2 the count now to Baker. And both those outfielding mistakes by the Tigers, as that one's fouled back, have both led to the 2 runs on the board. So some costly errors for the Tigers here in the 3rd inning. Oh, 2 the count to Madison Baker. And that one shot down the first base line and fouled off as Baker stays alive in the count. Oh, 2 the count to Baker. Runner at second. And that one shot out into deep left field, and that one is gone. So a 2-run home run from Madison Baker to put the Cardinals up 4-0 here in the top of the 3rd. So Baker absolutely blasts that one out over the left field fence. And the Cardinals go up 4-0. Now up to bat is Cameron Feldstadt, the designated player for the Cardinals. She struck out swinging her first at bat. That was back in the second inning. And it's Donahue just looking to get out of this inning. Has been a nightmare for the Tigers here in the top of the third. That one's high and away for ball one. One-0 the count to Feldstadt. That one's chipped back, fouled back. 1-1 the count to Feldstadt. And nobody on. Cardinals have put up 4 runs here in the third. Nobody on, 2 outs to Feldstadt. 1-1 the count. And that's right down the middle for strike number 2. That one's going to be high and outside for ball 2 to Feldstadt. 2-2 the count. 2-2 the count to Feldstadt. And that's going to be ball number 3. The count runs full to Cameron Feldstadt. And it looks like Edgar Assumption softball is underway in the top of the first. Donahue on the windup and the pitch, and that one's grounded over to shortstop, now over to first, and that'll do it for the top of the third. So the Chippewa Falls Cardinals put up 4 runs here in the third inning as the Tigers will look to answer in the bottom of the third. But first we'll take a quick break and be right back after this here on Zaleski Sports.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I'm the director at Little Sprouts. Little Sprouts has been a real great community. It's very family friendly. It feels like a big family to me, and being the new director here, I felt very welcomed into the family. I like the smaller family. Everybody knows everybody, and you all get to know everybody in the center, and we do family activities and much of a family atmosphere.
We know how a bank should be at Partners Bank. Banking should be easier. Treating our customers is valued and important. Services should be better with online and mobile banking and locations close to where you live and work. Loans should be quicker, and we make all decisions locally with years of experience helping people with their financing needs. Partners Bank, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
Partners Bank, better together.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the bottom of the third inning. And leading off for the Tigers is pitcher Courtney Donahue. Donahue with her first at-bat of the day. Donahue, the lefty. That one's called a strike from Aldrich to Donahue. So again, Chippewa Falls coming off the 4-run top of the third inning. And a big swing and a miss on a high pitch from Donahue there. 0-2 the count to Donahue. That one's popped back and fouled off as Donahue stays alive. 0-2 the count to Courtney Donahue. Nobody on, no outs here in the bottom of the third. As Donahue grounds that over, and she'll be out at first base. So a ground out for Courtney Donahue for out number 1 here in the bottom of the third. And that takes us back to the top of the order with right fielder Taylor Barwick. Barwick popped out to left field her first at-bat. And that one's bunted down and fouled off by Barwick. So 0-1 the count to Barwick. Barwick the lefty. As that's grounded right over to the same spot Donahue's was, and that'll be out at first as well. So a ground out for Taylor Barwick. It's been 2 up, 2 down here for the Tigers in the bottom of the third. And that brings up center fielder number 16, Brooklyn Bowman. Bowman struck out looking her first at-bat in the first inning. Now just hits the outside of the strike zone for strike number 1. It looks like at your assumption baseball getting ready to start there over at Whitterfield in Wisconsin Rapids. That's pitched to evens up the count at 1-1 to Bowman. And that one's fouled back and into the netting for strike number 2 to Brooklyn Bowman. Again, it's Hannah Aldrich out on the mound for the Cardinals today. Again, this just game 1 of 2 of today's doubleheader between these two teams. And that's just low and outside for ball number 2. And Chippewa Falls will have another doubleheader tomorrow night against Wisconsin Rapids. That one's in Chippewa Falls. That one's shot out into left field, and what a catch. What a catch to end the inning there by Madison Bauer over there at third base. So 3 up, 3 down for the Marshfield Tigers in the third inning. We'll take another quick break and be right back with the fourth inning right after this here on Zaleski Sports.
From first contact at Dental Clinic of Marshfield, their dentists are committed to your individual attention and strive to provide personalized oral health care. They work hard to create the ultimate stress-free and comfortable dental experience. It is their mission to educate and provide the patients with the best dental care in central Wisconsin. Whether you're looking for information on implants, teeth whitening, crowns, orthodontics, dentures, or any dental service, Dental Clinic of Marshfield has it for you. You can book your appointment online at dentalclinicofmarshfield.com or give them a call at one of their 3 locations in Marshfield, Stratford, or Neillsville today.
RoofTech LLC specializes in commercial roof coatings and spray foam. RoofTech also services the entire state of Wisconsin. That's right, from La Crosse to Milwaukee, Eau Claire to Green Bay, Superior, Marshfield, Kenosha, Madison, Sheboygan, and everywhere in between. RoofTech uses superior systems that can fully restore just about any roof in Wisconsin. RoofTech is offering modern solutions for your roof's data dilemmas. See RoofTech online at rooftechllc.com or RoofTech LLC on Facebook.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the top of the fourth inning. But first, we'll hear from our friends over at Spectrum Benefit Solutions. Spectrum Benefit Solutions with offices across central Wisconsin. Spectrum Benefit Solutions is your group benefits provider for health, dental, accident, and life insurance. Spectrum Benefit Solutions works with hundreds of clients of all sizes to help you attract and retain the best employees. Find Spectrum Benefit Solutions on Facebook to get started. And a big thanks to Spectrum Benefit and all of our sponsors here at Zaleski Sports for allowing us to broadcast all these games live only on the Zaleski Sports Broadcast Network at ZaleskiSports.com, as that one's fouled off into right field territory. And leading off for the Cardinals is Cameron Feldstadt, rather Bazia Olsen leading off. Olsen for the Cardinals. That's low and inside for ball number 1. 1-1 the count to Feldstadt. Olsen, rather. Bazia Olsen, the right-handed hitter. That one's popped over into right field territory and fouled off, and puts the count at 1-2 to Olson. No outs here in the top of the fourth. Nobody on. Olson grounds over to shortstop, and another error for the Tigers. So Olson's going to reach first on an error. Third error of the night for the Tigers.
Now batting, number 5, Johnson.
That bounced right off the glove of Lauren Jacoby over there at shortstop. Now Kenneth Johnston up to bat for the Cardinals, the shortstop. First pitch is a strike to Johnston. Runner at first, no outs here in the top of the fourth inning. The Cardinals lead the Tigers 4-0. That's bunted down, but the play is made over at first. Runner advances to second. The sacrifice bunt there from Kenneth Johnston.
Number 2, Steinmetz.
As she grounds out. But Olson's able to advance to second base, and that brings up Paige Steinmetz, the center fielder. Steinmetz walked her last at bat. That one's popped back and fouled off by Steinmetz for strike number 1. 0-1 the count to Steinmetz. Runner at second, 0-1 to Steinmetz. That's high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. And that's inside for ball number 2. 2-1 the count. That's ball 3. 3-1 the count now to Steinmetz. Runner at second, 1 out. That's right down the middle for strike number 2. Evens up the count at 3-2 from Donahue to Paige Steinmetz. Oh, Steinmetz will step out, take a few practice swings, and step right back in to the box. That one's fouled off down the first base line. So Steinmetz staying alive. 3-2 the count to Paige Steinmetz. As we check in over with Assumption Edgar softball, it's the bottom of the first. Edgar leads 2-0 over in Wisconsin Rapids. And Edgar Assumption baseball underway in the top of the first, still scoreless over at Whitterfield in Rapids. And that's low for ball number 4. Steinmetz will take her base for the second time tonight.
Now batting, number 1.
Donahue has 2 walks tonight, both to Paige Steinmetz. Now we have a meeting on the mound here for the Tigers, and looks like we're going to have a pitching change, possibly for the Tigers. We will see what Coach Costa decides. So it looks like it is going to be Sandra Costa pitching for the Tigers. Not quite. Not quite. Still Donahue out there. But just some substitutions for the Tigers. So still Donahue on the mound. That's right down the middle for strike 1. So it's Steinbeck at first. As it's 1-1, the count to Emmy Berg. Runners at first and second for the Cardinals. One's in there for strike number 2 to Emmy Berg. A big swing and a miss from Berg as she strikes out for out number 2 here in the top of the 4th inning. And 7 strikeouts now for Courtney Donahue. Now up to bat for the Cardinals is Michael Burrow. Burrow struck out looking her first at bat. That one's popped up in the infield, and that'll be out number 3. And that'll do it for the top of the 4th. So the Cardinals scoreless in the 4th inning. We will take another quick break and be right back with the bottom of the 4th inning right after this here on Zaleski Sports.
Wondering what to feed your team after work, the game, or this weekend? Chips Hamburgers in Marshfield and Wisconsin Rapids has tasty, char-broiled burgers for any hungry appetite. From the classic hamburger to the famous Chips Champ and everything in between, check out our daily specials. Stop inside to enjoy your meal with comfortable seating. See our complete menu of burgers, hot ham and cheese, hot beef, chicken and fish, fries, rings, curds, and ice cream served year-round. In a hurry? Same great menu in the drive-thru. Chips Hamburgers in Marshfield and Wisconsin Rapids.
When you get moving again, be safe and ready to go. Use your stimulus or tax return to save up to $150 on a select set of 4 Goodyear tires. At Sherrill Tire and Service Center.
Get your car done right.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the bottom of the 4th inning. As the Tigers look to cut in to this 4-point deficit. And leading off for the Tigers to try to get this thing started off for the Tigers, it is catcher Madeline Bornbach. Bornbach popped out into center field her first at-bat. Still Aldrich out on the mound. That one's high and outside for ball 1 to Bornbach. That one is shot out into right field, popped up, and it'll be out over there in right field as Bornbach pops out to right field. So one up and one down for the Tigers.
Lauren Jacoby.
And that brings up shortstop, number 14, Lauren Jacoby. Jacoby had a base hit her first at bat in the second inning. And that one shot out into left center, deep left center, and that one's gone. So Lauren Jacoby with the solo home run and gets Marshfield on the board. 4-1 now, Tigers down. So Lauren Jacoby with the first pitch home run and cuts into that Cardinals lead. And that brings up third baseman Brianna Jacoby.
Number 13, Brianna Jacoby.
As Brianna struck out looking her first at bat back in the second inning. That one's popped back and fouled off into the netting for strike number 1 to Brianna Jacoby. Again, it's Hannah Aldrich out on the mound for the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. That's high for ball 1. So 1-1 the count to Brianna Jacoby. Nobody on base. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And that's popped up and in play. Not able to make the play there were the Cardinals, so that'll be a foul. So 1-2 the count as Emmy Berg not quite able to make the play for the Cardinals. So 1-2 the count to Brianna Jacoby off of Lauren Jacoby's solo home run. And that one's popped back and fouled off as Brianna Jacoby stays alive in the count. That's in there for a strike. Past the catcher. Jacoby will have a chance to get to first, and she'll be out at first. Brianna Jacoby out.
Now batting for the Tigers, number
And now up to bat is
Sandy Costa.
Sandra Costa. Costa started at first tonight. That one's in there for strike 1 to Costa. Costa reached on an error her first at bat. That's a big swing and a miss from Costa there. 0-2 the count now to Sandra Costa. 2 outs, nobody on here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 4-1. Chippewa Falls leads. And that one shot out into left center, and that's going to fall past the left fielder. And Costa is going to go all the way to second, so Sandra Costa with the double for the Tigers. And that'll bring up Lydia Schaefer, the second baseman. Schaefer grounded out her first at bat. And a big swing and a miss on the first pitch for Schaefer. 0-1 the count. Cardinals lead 4-1 here in the fourth inning. Pitch 2 is a ball. Low for ball 1. So 1-1 the count to Lydia Schaefer. And that's swung on and fouled back. So 1-2 the count now to Schaefer. It's Costa over at second for the Tigers. Runner on second. 2 outs. In the bottom of the fourth counts 1-2 to Lydia Schaefer. That's low and inside for ball 2 from Hannah Aldrich out on the mound for the Cardinals. 2-2 to Schaefer. Runner at second. 2 outs. And Schaefer just gets the bat on that one and fouls it back. Stays live. Still 2-2 the count to Lydia Schaefer. Again, Cardinals lead the Tigers 4-1. All 4 of the Cardinals' runs coming in that third inning. Seen 2 home runs tonight. That one's fouled off, and play won't be made. As it was Lauren Jacoby earlier this inning with the home run, the solo home run, and it was Madison Baker for the Cardinals in the third inning with the 2-run homer for the Cardinals. So it's 2-2 the count to Schaefer, and a big swing and a miss, so Schaefer strikes out for out number 3, and that'll do it for the fourth inning. We'll take a quick break and be right back with the top of the fifth right after this here on Zaleski Sports.
If you have a fear of overpaying, you have FOOP. But don't worry, switch to US Cellular and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G, plus no activation fees. So you can stream, capture, and post without FOOP. Switch and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G at US Cellular. Choose fair.
Northside Computers is Marshfield's U.S. Cellular store. Visit us on South Central Avenue in Marshfield for the latest Samsung, Apple, personal cellular devices, tablets, and more.
Need incentive to get started at Midstate Technical College? 123 for free can save up to $900 on tuition. Start this summer if you'd like. No catches, no application fee, or essays to write. 123 for free at Midstate. Get started at mstc.edu.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the top of the fifth inning as the Tigers put up 1 run there in the bottom of the fourth. Their first run of the game cutting into that 4-run deficit they found themselves in coming into the inning. The Tigers with 2 hits in the fourth inning, one of them a home run from Lauren Jacoby and one a double from Sandra Costa. And now we do have a pitching change for the Tigers here to start this inning, as it will be Sandra Costa pitching for the Marshfield Tigers now.
Leading off for the Cardinals, number 7.
So Sandra Costa coming in as relief pitcher for the Tigers. And the first batter she'll face is Hannah Aldrich, pitcher for the Cardinals. I'll have another meeting on the mound here. We'll take a quick 30-second break and be right back after this.
Scotty's Pizza and Chicken of Marshfield has been voted best pizza in Marshfield 12 years in a row. With popular choices like broccoli, bacon, cheese, drunken chicken, or any of the 25 specialty pizzas, Scotty's is ready to earn your vote now at 715-384-8118. Choose Scotty's for pizza, chicken, subs, sandwiches, and more. Carry out, dine-in, and delivery. Scotty's Pizza and Chicken, 715-384-8118.
Welcome back, everybody, as still some discussions going on the field between players and coaches. As we'll have a chance to take a look at some of the other games going on here on the Zaleski Sports Broadcast Network tonight. We have Greenwood and Columbus baseball going on tonight. It's the top of the first there. Greenwood jumped out to a quick lead. They're up 5-0 on Columbus Catholic. As well as Edgar and Assumption softball. Edgar leads 2-0 in the top of the third at Assumption. We also have Fond du Lac and Neenah baseball over there at Neenah. And it's Neenah with a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first against Fond du Lac. Then Edgar Assumption baseball over at Whitterfield in Wisconsin Rapids. Assumption leads 2-0 over Edgar in the top of the second over there in Wisconsin Rapids. And then we'll also have DC Everest and Marshfield soccer later tonight at 7 p.m. here in Marshfield. And in our game, the Cardinals lead 4-1 over the Tigers. And not sure what the delay is on the field right now. But both coaches on the field. The Cardinals with co-head coaches, it's Jared Faherty and Chelsea Sikora head coaching for the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. Again, still with a stoppage of play. We're going to take another break and be right back when play resumes here in Marshfield.
At the Granite Shop, we take great pride in what we do. We offer high-quality natural stone granite as well as a huge selection of man-made stone. With full slabs as well as a variety of partial remnants, you'll have no problem finding the stone that was meant for you. Our high-end, high-quality granite, quartz, and marble is perfect for any kitchen, bathroom, or remodel need. We are locally owned and operated on County Road C near Stratford. We service all of Wisconsin.
Bauer & Fine Business Technologies is your complete office technology solution. For 60 years, Bauer & Fine Business Technologies has been serving school districts, municipalities, counties, religious organizations, and businesses in Wisconsin and beyond. Visit b-bt.com and let Bauer & Fine Business Technologies be your complete office technology solution. That's b-bt.com.
Hewitt's Meat has been producing the highest quality meat in the area since 1939. From chicken to pork, beef to seafood, here you'll find only the best. Try our award-winning summer sausage and snack sticks, made from only the highest quality cuts, no fillers. And good luck choosing between our 34 flavors of brats. Stop by for lunch and grab a made-to-order sub, burger, or salad. And don't forget all the canned goods, salsas, pickles, pizzas, and more. All locally sourced. Hewitt's Meat in Marshfield and Tomahawk.
I really got to understand what what a nurse is. Do they focus on you? You know, do they make sure that you're comfortable? And, you know, that's what Shai has. It's the connection that he has, you know, my best interest in mind, always.
Why wait another day? Let's take the next step together towards a better life.
Your snow adventure awaits at Power Pack in Marshfield and Irvs and Tomahawk. We're ready for snow. Stocked, locked, and loaded with 2 stores of inventory and the best selection of snowmobiles and off-road machines in the area. Activate your adrenaline on your new Polaris snowmobile, side-by-side or ATV. Save up to $1,500 on 2020 models. Plus, check out our snow gear from all the leading brands at both locations. Don't wait. Your adventure starts today at Power Pack in Marshfield and Irvs Sales and Service in Tomahawk. Your snow adventure destination.
I had an employee at once ask me to prioritize family, faith, and business, and I put them in that order in particular. For each one of our employees, it's family first. You do what is best for you and your family. Then the rest of it will take care of itself. It's about making sure you make the best decisions for you and your family.
We know how a bank should be at Partners Bank. Banking should be easier, treating our customers as valued and important. Services should be better with online and mobile banking and locations close to where you live and work. Loans should be quicker, and we make all decisions locally with years of experience helping people with their financing needs. Partners Bank, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
Partners Bank, better together.
Chili Implement, located just north of Highway 10 in Chile, is your place for Kubota zero-turn mowers. If your lawn is big or small, we have all the lawn care solutions for you. Check out our 60-inch deck. Kubota powerful, precise, proven. Chili Implement is your choice for Kubota, Case IH, and Gale. Chili Implement, open 6 days a week to serve you. Chili Implement.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are now officially back underway. As first pitch to Hannah Aldrich, leadoff hitter for the Cardinals, is a ball. Still not sure what the delay was. There was something with the umpires, I think, but nonetheless, we're back underway now. And that pitch is a strike, so 1-1 the count. I believe we have a different ump behind the plate as well, so maybe there was some mix-up there. As that pitch is a ball, 2-1 the count. To Aldrich. Aldrich has struck out swinging both of her previous at-bats. That one's shot out into deep center field and caught out in center field, so Aldrich pops out to center field for out number 1 here in the 5th inning. And now up to bat for the Cardinals is Madison Bauer, the third baseman. Bauer struck out and reached on an error today. That one's grounded over to shortstop, now over to first and out at first. So Madison Bauer grounds out quickly there for out number 2. 2 up and 2 down here in the top of the 5th. And that brings up batting at number 3 in the order is Madison Baker. Baker, the first baseman for the Cardinals tonight. Again, this is just game 1 of 2 here today between the Chippewa Falls Cardinals and the Marshfield Tigers. And pitch 1 is grounded right to Costa over on the mound, and she bobbles it for a second, gets it over to first, and a 3 up, 3 down top of the 5th inning We'll take a quick break and be right back with the bottom of the 5th right after this here on Zaleski Sports.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I'm the director at Little Sprouts. Little Sprouts has been a real great community. It's very family friendly. It feels like a big family to me, and being the new director here, I felt very welcomed into the family. I like the smaller family. Everybody knows everybody, and you all get to know everybody in the center, and we do family activities and much of a family atmosphere.
Partners Bank, better together.
We know how a bank should be at Partners Bank. Banking should be easier, treating our customers as valued and important. Services should be better with online and mobile banking and locations close to where you live and work. Loans should be quicker, and we make all decisions locally with years of experience helping people with their financing needs. Partners Bank, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
Partners Bank, better together.
Welcome back, everybody. As we get set to start the bottom of the 5th, it's Mateus Steinbach leading off for the Tigers, and pitch one is a big swing and a miss from Steinbach. There's Steinbach at first base for the Tigers. So 0-1 to Mateus Steinbach. It's Aldrich still on the mound for the Cardinals. And another big swing and a miss from Mateus Steinbach. And at 3 straight big swings and misses from Steinbach, who strikes out here to start the bottom of the 5th.
Now batting number 6.
Now up
Courtney
is Courtney Donahue. Donahue started at pitcher tonight for the Tigers. And a check swing there from Donahue. They say she went around, or they do say she went around for strike number 1. And nope. So they changed the call. They say no. They say she didn't go across. So it's ball 1 to Donahue. That one is a strike. 1-1 the count from Hannah Aldrich to Courtney Donahue. Then 4-1. The Cardinals lead all 4 of those runs coming in the 3rd inning. As a big swing and a miss from Donahue there. 1-2 the count now to Courtney Donahue. Donahue grounded out her first at-bat in the 3rd inning. And that one swung on and fouled back. Donahue stays alive. And a big swing and a miss from Donahue, who strikes out swinging for out number 2. 2 up and 2 down here for the Tigers. And 2 straight strikeouts for Hannah Aldrich. Aldrich with 5 strikeouts here today. 6 strikeouts, rather. That brings up Taylor Barwick, Tigers' leadoff hitter, the right fielder. Barwick popped out to left field her first time at bat and grounded out her second at bat back in the 3rd inning. And a big swing and a miss there from Barwick. 1-1 the count to Taylor Barwick. That one's high and over the glove of the catcher for ball number 2. We have an update on the reasoning behind the stoppage in play. Looks like the home plate umpire just needed to switch over to the base umpire for health reasons, it looks like. So that was the reasoning there. Umps just switched spots, and that's that. So 3-1 the count, and that one's right down the middle for strike at number 2 to Barwick. So 3-2 the count from Aldrich to Taylor. Barwick at the plate. Barwick the lefty. And that one's fouled off as Barwick stays alive in the count. So 2 down, nobody on here in the bottom of the 5th for the Tigers. And that one shot out into left center field, and it hits the wall. So Barwick with a double that hits the wall in left center and gets a runner on for the Tigers.
Now batting for the Tigers.
Now up is center fielder Brooklyn Bowman. Brooklyn Bowman struck out looking in the first inning and popped out in the 3rd inning. Should be looking to bring Barwick home. Pitch 1 is ball 1. That's high for ball 2 to Bowman. And Aldrich still out on the mound for the Cardinals. 2-0 the count to Brooklyn Bowman. So that one shot out into left field, and that'll be out number 3. And that'll do it for the 5th inning. So the Tigers are scoreless here in the 5th. We'll take another quick break and be right back with the top of the 6th inning right after this here.
From first contact at Dental Clinic of Marshfield, their dentists are committed to your individual attention and strive to provide personalized oral health care. They work hard to create the ultimate stress-free and comfortable dental experience. It is their mission to educate and provide the patients with the best dental care in Central Wisconsin. Whether you're looking for information on implants, teeth whitening, crowns, orthodontics, dentures, or any dental service, Dental Clinic of Marshfield has it for you. You can book your appointment online at dentalclinicofmarshfield.com or give them a call at one of their 3 locations in Marshfield, Stratford, or Neillsville today.
Roof Tech LLC specializes in commercial roof coatings and spray foam. Roof Tech also services the entire state of Wisconsin. That's right, from La Crosse to Milwaukee, Eau Claire to Green Bay, Superior, Marshfield, Kenosha, Madison, Sheboygan, and everywhere in between. Roof Tech uses superior systems that can fully restore just about any roof in Wisconsin. Roof Tech is offering modern solutions for your roof's data dilemmas. See Roof Tech online at rooftechllc.com or Roof Tech LLC on Facebook.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the top of the 6th inning here between the Marshfield Tigers and the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. And leading off for the Cardinals is Cameron Felstead, designated player. Felstead struck out first at bat. And that pitch is in the dirt and behind Felstead for ball 1. So 1-0 the count to Cameron Felstead. And that one's grounded over to shortstop. Diving play made, but throw not attempted over to first. So Felstead will have a single. Felstead with her first hit of the night. And it's Bazia Olsen up to bat. And we're going to have a pinch runner for Felstead. That's number 3, Lizzie Boytow. But it's Bazia Olson up to the plate for the Cardinals. Olson struck out swinging first at bat and reached on an error her second at bat. Pitch 1 is high and outside, but called a strike. Just hits the outside corner of the strike zone to put the count at 0-1 to Olson. That one's high and outside. That one a little too far outside for ball 1. So 1-1 the count to Bazia Olson. That one right down the middle for strike number 2 to Olson. And runner at first, no outs here in the top of the 6th. It's Olson, the right-hander, up to bat. That's high for ball 2. So the count is even at 2-2 to Olson. That one's grounded. Over to Costa, now over to second, and the out's not going to be had at second. The throw was a little high from Costa, and not able to get the foot down on the bag.
Now batting, number 5, Johnson.
So Olson will reach on the fielder's choice, and Feldstad will be able to get to second anyways, as the throw is a little high coming from Costa there. That brings up Kenneth Johnston, the shortstop, up to bat. And first pitch is a strike to Johnston. Runners at first and second for the Cardinals. No outs here in the top of the 6th. Johnston has popped out and grounded out in her first 2 at-bats. The lefty, Johnston. That one's low and outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count. 1-1 the count to Johnston. Runners at first and second. That one's outside for ball number 2. 2-1 now to Johnston. It's Sandra Costa on the mound for the Tigers. That's a big swing and a miss from Kenneth Johnston there for strike number 2. Count evens at 2-2 to Kenneth Johnston. And that one, just missed the strike zone there. Just the count runs full to Johnston. And another big swing and a miss from Johnston there. She strikes out swinging for out number 1 here in the 6th inning.
Now batting,
and that brings up Paige Steinmetz, the center fielder for the Cardinals. She has walked both her at-bats here tonight. Pitch 1 is in there for strike number 1 as we check in with Columbus Catholic Baseball. Columbus down to Greenwood 7-1 in the top of the 2nd inning. And that one's inside. Steinmetz jumps out of the way for ball 1. And checking in on Assumption Edgar softball. Edgar leads 2-1 as the fourth inning just ended over there at Assumption. That's another strike. 1-2 the count now to Paige Steinmetz. And we check in over in Neenah with Neenah Fond du Lac baseball. Neenah leads 2-0 over Fond du Lac in the top of the third inning. And Edgar Assumption baseball. Assumption leads 2-1 in the top of the third over there at Whitterfield. That one's fouled back. Count stays at 1-2 to Steinmetz. And again, we have DC Everest Marshfield soccer tonight at 7 p.m. as well. Only at ZaleskiSports.com. All games free on the Zaleski Sports Broadcast Network. That one's in the dirt, past Bornbach, the catcher. So runners are going to advance on the air and pitch. 2-2 the count now to Steinmetz as Feltstead heads over to third and Olson heads over to second for the Cardinals. So two runners in scoring position now for the Cardinals. 2-2 the count. And that's inside for ball three. So the count is full to Paige Steinmetz with runners at second and third. As the Cardinals knocking on the door of extending this lead. And that one's grounded over to short and over to first. The out will be had at first, but a runner will score for the Cardinals. It's Feltstedt scoring for Chippewa Falls. And Steinmetz out at first with a sacrifice ground ball. So Olson's over at third. Feltstedt scores. And that brings up Emmy Berg, the catcher for the Cardinals. And pitch one is a strike to Berg. And Berg reached on an error and struck out her first two at-bats. 0-1 the count to Berg here. And that's inside and low for ball one. 1-1 the count to Emmy Berg. One the count. Runner at third. That one's high and away for ball number two. Again, two down here in the top of the sixth. The Cardinals scored 4 runs in the third and then 1 here in the sixth. Runner at third, 2 outs. It's Berg at the plate. And that one's grounded over to second. Now over to first, and that'll do it for the top of the sixth. The Cardinals come away with 1 run here in the top of the sixth inning. We will take a quick break and be right back with the bottom of the sixth right after this here on Zaleski Sports.
Wondering what to feed your team after work, the game, or this weekend? Chips Hamburgers in Marshfield and Wisconsin Rapids has tasty char-broiled burgers for any hungry appetite. From the classic hamburger to the famous Chips Champ and everything in between, check out our daily specials. Stop inside to enjoy your meal with comfortable seating. See our complete menu of burgers, hot ham and cheese, hot beef, chicken and fish, fries, rings, curds, and ice cream served year-round. In a hurry? Same great menu in the drive-thru. Chips Hamburgers in Marshfield and Wisconsin Rapids.
When you get moving again, be safe and ready to go. Use your stimulus or tax return to save up to $150 on a select set of 4 Goodyear tires at Sherrill Tire and Service Center.
Get your car done right.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the bottom of the sixth inning as Chippewa Falls coming off, putting up 1 run in the sixth inning. Put up 4 in the third, 1 in the fifth. The Tigers put up 1 in the fourth. And leading off for the Marshfield Tigers is catcher Madeline Bornbach. Bornbach has popped out both her at-bats, both in the first and fourth innings, as she looks to lead a fruitful inning for the Tigers here in the sixth. So that one's low and away to Bornbach for ball one. That one's popped back, fouled off for strike one to Bornbach. Again, Marshfield coming into this game at 9-3. Chippewa Falls coming in at 9-2. In tonight's game, both teams sitting atop their respective conferences. Marshfield in the Wisconsin Valley Conference, Chippewa Falls in the Big Rivers Conference. As that one's a strike, 1-2 the count to Bornbach. Marshfield tied with Rapids at 6-2 at the top of the Wisconsin Valley Conference. And Chippewa Falls with the sole possession of first place in the Big Rivers Conference. That one's low for ball two. 2-2 the count to Madeline Bornbach. That one's popped up into shallow left center, and that'll be out. So Bornbach pops out into center field for the first out of the inning. And that brings up shortstop Lauren Jacoby. Lauren Jacoby. Jacoby having herself quite a night. She singled back in the second inning and had a solo home run in the fourth. And she pops that one back, fouls it off for strike one to Lauren Jacoby. Jacoby shoots that one out into left field, and that'll fall. So another hit for Lauren Jacoby. She has been carrying the load offensively tonight for the Marshfield Tigers with her second base hit now and a home run. She's 3 for 3 on the day, and that brings up third baseman Brianna Jacoby. Brianna Jacoby struck out looking both her first at-bats. And not that time. That's going to be at least a base hit for Brianna Jacoby. Lauren Jacoby's going to come home. She's going to get home. So Brianna Jacoby with the base hit, with the double rather. Brianna Jacoby with the double that brings in Lauren Jacoby for the run.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 2, Sandy Costa.
And that brings up now pitcher Sandra Costa. Costa reached on air her first at bat and doubled back in the fourth inning as well. That one's fouled back off the helmet of Berg, the catcher, for strike one. So runner at second, one out. That one's low and in the dirt. 4-1 to Costa. Again, Aldrich still on the mound for the Cardinals. And that one's shot out into center field. Costa's going to have a base hit and more as it goes past the center fielder. So Costa is going to have a triple. So Sandra Costa with the triple that brings in Brianna Jacoby for the run. So the Tigers making some noise here late in the sixth inning, as they've cut the deficit now to just 5-3, putting up 2 runs here in the sixth, and Cardinals will have a quick meeting on the mound. We'll take a quick 30-second break and be right back after this.
If you have a fear of overpaying, you have FOOP. But don't worry, switch to US Cellular and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G, plus no activation fees. So you can stream, capture, and post without food. Switch and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G at US Cellular. Choose fair.
Northside Computers is Marshfield's U.S. Cellular store. Visit us on South Central Avenue in Marshfield for the latest Samsung, Apple, personal cellular devices, tablets, and more.
Welcome back, everybody, as it's Lydia Schaefer up to bat now for the Marshfield Tigers. First pitch is a ball. Schaefer grounded out her first at-bat, struck out swinging her second at-bat. That's Costa with a triple beforehand. Tigers scored 2 runs here in the 6th, and a big swing and a miss there from Schaefer. So 0-2 the count to Schaefer. The first pitch was a strike. So 0-2 to Lydia Schaefer. That one's fouled off. Schaefer staying alive in the count. Again, the Tigers making some noise here in the 6th. Again, Aldrich has pitched for the Cardinals all game. And Schaefer pops that one out into right field, and right fielder stumbling but making the catch. Runner coming home. Runner will score. So it's Schaefer with the sacrifice fly out into right field that allows Costa to score. So 3 runs scored here in the 6th. 3 runs scored in the 6th for Marshfield as they make a late run cutting into this deficit. It's just 5-4 now. The Cardinals lead the Tigers. As it's Matea Steinbach up to bat. She struck out her first at-bat in the 5th. And that one's going to be inside for ball 1. Nobody on. 2 outs here to Matea Steinbach. And a big swing and a miss on a pitch inside to Steinbach. 1-1 the count to Matea Steinbach. So 1-1 the count to Steinbach. Nobody on. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. And another big swing and a miss from Steinbach. 1-2 the count. And another big swing and a miss, so Steinbach goes down swinging to end the 6th inning. But the Marshfield Tigers put up 3 runs here in the 6th to cut the deficit to 5-4. And we'll be right back with the top of the 7th right after this.
Need incentive to get started at Mid-State Technical College? 1, 2, 3 for free can save up to $900 on tuition. Start this summer if you'd like. No catches, no application fee or essays to write. 1, 2, 3 for free at Mid-State. Get started at mstc.edu.
Scotty's Pizza and Chicken of Marshfield has been voted Best Pizza in Marshfield 12 years in a row. With popular choices like broccoli bacon cheese, drunken chicken, or any of the 25 specialty pizzas, Scotty's is ready to earn your vote now at 715-384-8118. Choose Scotty's for pizza, chicken, subs, sandwiches, and more. Carry out, dine-in, and delivery. Scotty's Pizza and Chicken, 715-384-8118.
Welcome back, everybody. As we get set to go here in the top of the 7th inning. As the Marshfield Tigers put up 3 runs in the 6th inning to cut the deficit to just 1 against the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. And leading off for Chippewa Falls is second baseman Michael Burrow. Burrow struck out looking and popped out her first 2 at-bats. That's inside and low for ball 1 to Burrow. That pitch is right down the middle for strike 1 to Burrow. 1-1 the count. 1-1 the count to Burrow. Nobody on. No outs here in the top of the 7th inning. And that one inside and low for ball 2. 2-1 the count to Burrow now. So the Cardinals have put up 4 runs in the 3rd, 1 in the 6th, and the Tigers with 1 in the 4th and 3 in the 6th. As that one is shot out into deep left center, and that'll fall and hit the wall, so it'll be a double for Michael Burrow. The Cardinals starting off hot here to start off this 7th inning, and that brings up pitcher Hannah Aldrich. Aldrich struck out twice and popped out in her first 3 at-bats. Struck out swinging in both of those at-bats. And Aldrich has pitched the whole game for Chippewa Falls. And that one's right down the middle from Costa for strike number 1 to Aldrich. That one's just outside for ball 1 to Hannah Aldrich. Runner at second. No outs here in the top of the 7th inning. And that one's grounded to Costa at the mound. Out at first. They'll go for the out at third. Won't get it there. But Aldrich will be out at first base. And Burrow advances to third. Now up to bat for the Cardinals is third baseman Madison Bauer. Bauer has struck out, reached on an error, and grounded out in her first 3 at-bats. And that one's high and outside to Bauer there. 1-0 the count now to Madison Bauer. As Chippewa Falls leads Marshfield 5-4 here in the top of the 7th. Runner at third, 1 out to Bauer facing the 1-0 count. As Bauer steps out of the box and steps back in. 1-0 the count to Madison Bauer. She swings on that one, hits it out into deep center field, and it's caught in center field. The run will score. So Bauer with the sacrifice fly out into center field allows Michael Burrow to score. And the Cardinals add another run and go up 6-4 here in the 7th inning. And that brings up first baseman Madison Baker for the Cardinals. She's grounded out and homered back in the 3rd. So Baker grounded out in the 1st, homered in the 3rd, and grounded out in the 5th. That was a 2-run home run for Baker in the 3rd. And first pitch is a strike to Baker. That one's low and inside in the dirt for ball 1. So 1-1 the count to Baker. And a big swing and a miss from Madison Baker there. 1-2 the count now. And Cardinals already put up 1 run this inning. Nobody on base. 2 outs. 1-2 the count to Madison Baker. And she grounds that over to second base, now over to first, and that'll be out at first to end the top of the 7th inning. So the Tigers are going to have a chance to either tie or take the lead here one last time in the bottom of the 7th, but first we'll take a quick break and be right back after this here on Zaleski Sports.
Hewitt's Meat has been producing the highest quality meat in the area since 1939. From chicken to pork, beef to seafood, here you'll find only the best. Try our award-winning summer sausage and snack sticks, made from only the highest quality cuts, no fillers. And good luck choosing between our 34 flavors of brats. Stop by for lunch and grab a made-to-order sub, burger, or salad. And don't forget all the canned goods, salsas, pickles, pizzas, and more. All locally sourced. Hewitt's Meat in Marshfield and Tomahawk.
I really got to understand what what a nurse is. Do they focus on you? You know, do they make sure that you're comfortable? And, you know, that's what Shai has. It's the connection that he has, you know, my best interest in mind, always.
Why wait another day? Let's take the next step together towards a better life.
Welcome back, everybody. As we start the bottom of the 7th inning, it's Courtney Donahue leading off for the Tigers as her first pitch. She fouls back for strike 1. As Chippewa Falls leads Marshfield 6-4 here in the bottom of the 7th. The Tigers with the last chance to tie or take the lead here in the 7th inning. As that one's high for ball 1. 1-1 the count to Courtney Donahue. And be sure to check out all the live games we have tonight here on Zaleski Sports. All free at ZaleskiSports.com. That one shot deep into left field and out in left field as Donahue pops out into left field. That'll bring us back to the top of the order with right fielder Taylor Barwick. Barwick popped out and grounded out her first 2 at-bats, and then back in the 5th, she doubled. So 1 for 3 on the night for Barwick. That one's low for ball 1. So 1-0 the count to Barwick. 1 out, nobody on here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Marshfield down 2 to Chippewa Falls. And that one's low and outside for ball number 2. That one's low, but they say hits the bottom edge of the strike zone for a strike. So 2-1 the count to Taylor Barwick. As that one is grounded over to second, now over to first. And 2 up and 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th rather, for the Marshfield Tigers. And it'll be up to Brooklyn Bowman to try to keep the Tigers alive here in the 7th inning. And Bowman has struck out looking and popped out twice here so far tonight. As first pitch is low, but a strike to Bowman. 0-1 the count to Bowman. 2 outs, nobody on in the bottom of the 7th inning. As Bowman looks like she was going to get a bunt down, pulls it back, and that'll be a ball. 1-1 the count. So Bowman watches that one go by. That's low for ball 2 to Bowman. 2-1 the count to Brooklyn Bowman. The last chance for the Tigers. As that one's popped up into shallow left and out for out number 3. So that will do it as the Chippewa Falls Cardinals take down the Marshfield Tigers 6-4 in game 1 of tonight's doubleheader. And with that, we'll take a quick break and be right back after this here on Zaleski Sports.
Your snow adventure awaits at Power Pack in Marshfield and Irvs and Tomahawk. We're ready for snow. Stocked, locked, and loaded with 2 stores of inventory and the best selection of snowmobiles and off-road machines in the area. Activate your adrenaline on your new Polaris snowmobile, side-by-side or ATV. Save up to $1,500 on 2020 models. Plus, check out our snow gear from all the leading brands at both locations. Don't wait. Your adventure starts today at Power Pack in Marshfield and Irvs Sales and Service in Tomahawk. Your snow adventure destination.
I had an employee at once ask me to prioritize family, faith, and business, and I put them in that order in particular. For each one of our employees, it's family first. You do what is best for you and your family. Then the rest of it will take care of itself. It's about making sure you make the best decisions for you and your family.
How long of a break are you taking here?
About 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. Second base and then final game here at Madison Field.
And they left 3 runners on base. The Marshfield, 4 runs, 8 hits, 3 errors.
Our first senior to be recognized is Lydia Schaefer.
8 hits, did not walk a batter, and struck out 7. Courtney Donahue, the losing pitcher, threw 4 innings, gave up 4 runs, but none were earned. She allowed 3 hits, walked 2, and struck out 7. Sandy Costa pitched the final 3 tonight. And Sandy gave up 2 runs, 1 earned on 2 hits, walked none, and struck out 1. Top hitters for Chippewa Falls.
Lydia is a 3-year varsity starter and a 4-year varsity contributor. Lydia has enjoyed a ton of success on the field as a 2-time regional champion. Lydia is equally successful in the classroom and will continue her education at UW Oshkosh, where she will study psychology. Thank you, Lydia, for everything you have given to the Marshfield softball program over the last 4 years. We wish you the best of luck in everything you do.
Following those activities, we'll have more Tiger softball, Marshfield and Chippewa Falls in game 2 of their 29th doubleheader. In the meantime, we'll head back to our WDLB studios for a few moments. That's it for game 1 for Madison Field in Marshfield. I'm Gene Delistia reporting.
Our next senior to be recognized is Matea Steinbach. Matea is a 4-year Marshfield softball program contributor. Matea is a 1-time regional champion and has had some great memories on the softball field. Matea will continue her education at Winona State University, where she will study nursing. Thank you, Matea, for everything you have given over the past 4 years to the Marshfield softball program, and we wish you the best of luck in everything you do. Our next senior is Emma Dorhorst. Emma is a 4-year program contributor and a 2-year varsity player. Emma is a 1-time regional champion in 2018. Emma will continue her education at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where she will study veterinary medicine. Thank you, Emma, for everything you have contributed to the softball program over the last 4 years. We wish you the best of luck in your next journey in life. Our next senior is Brianna Jacoby. Brianna is a 3-year varsity starter and a 4-year varsity contributor, a 2-time regional champion in 2018 and 2019. Brianna has had a successful career at Marshfield with a career batting average of .327 and played multiple positions during her career. Brianna will continue her education and hopes to continue her playing career at the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point, where she will study forestry. Thank you, Brianna, for everything you have given to the Marshfield softball program, and we wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. Our next senior is Taylor Barwick. Taylor is a 4-year varsity starter. She is a 2-time regional champion in 2018 and 2019. Taylor has had a great career at the Marshfield High School, anchoring down an outfield position since her freshman year with a career batting average of .315. Taylor will continue her education at Grand Canyon University in Arizona, where she will study psychology. Thank you, Taylor, for everything you have given to the Marshfield softball program in the last 4 years, and we wish you continued success in your next journey. Our next senior is Autumn Tisver. Autumn Tisver has been a standout contributor for the Marshfield softball program. She's been playing for the last 6 years in a number of different leagues. She'll be attending the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point next year as well. And our last senior to be recognized is number 11, Morgan Mortberg. Morgan has been making tons of memories in the Marshfield softball program for the last 4 years, and she will be attending the University of Wisconsin River Falls in the fall to study psychology.
Well, Mark says there's 4 of them now.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Marshfield Tigers and the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. And leading off for Chippewa Falls is Hannah Aldrich. Aldrich playing over at second base here in this game. She started and played the whole game at pitcher. In Game 1, she's starting at second base tonight. Pitch, so it's 0-2 the count to Aldrich. That one's high for ball one to Aldrich. And pitching for the Tigers is back to Courtney Donahue. So Donahue getting back-to-back starts here today. That one's outside for ball two. 2-2 the count to Aldrich. That one's outside again for ball number 3. Count runs full at 3-2. That one swung on and fouled off over by left field. And the count stays 3-2. That one's high. Aldrich will take her base. She heads over to first.
Now batting, number 4, Bauer.
Now up is Madison Bauer. First pitch is low for ball 1. 1-0 the count to Madison Bauer. That one swung on and popped up in the field of play and out at second base. So 1 out here as Bauer pops out over to the second baseman. Now Madison Baker up. She had a 2-run home run in Game 1. Pitch 1 is a strike on the outside of the strike zone there. 0-1 the count to Baker. That one's popped up and will be caught by Bornbach, the catcher, for out number 2. And that'll bring up Cam Feldstadt.
Now batting, number 9, Feldstadt.
First pitch is a strike to Feldstadt. 0-1 the count, runner at first, 2 outs in the first inning. That one's popped up in the infield once again, and that will be out over at first base. So that'll do it for the first inning. We'll take a quick break and be right back with the bottom of the first right after this here on Zaleski Sports.
Ball worked around higher, launches a three, got it.
So a good win for Mosinee tonight.
Ty Pankratz picks it. Simone at first in time, and the Stratford Tigers are state champions.
The Wisconsin Rapids Assumption Royals are your Division 5 state champions.
Small Williams, J Swag Daddy, first Swag Kazakage, letting y'all know, running back from the Green Bay Packers, that I am in the house.
At Superior High School, where we have a beautiful facility, artificial turf. This ballpark, relatively new, built.
You belong in your home!
I'm in the house.
Today's broadcast for the Eau Claire North Huskies, number 2, averaging 22.2 points per game. 3:22 into the game, and we see Whitewater's Ken Larson make his way in for the touchdown. And we have with us former Amherst Falcon, former Wisconsin Badger, Tyler Biadic. Tyler, thanks for joining us.
Taylor Barwick.
Welcome back, everybody, as Marshfield Tigers up to bat, and leading off is Taylor Barwick, the left fielder. That pitch is low for ball 1 to Barwick. That one's low for ball 2. Pitch 3's blown away for ball 3 to Barwick. 3-0 the count. Nobody on, no outs here in the bottom of the first. And that'll be ball 4, and Barwick will take her base.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 16, Brooklyn Bowman.
And that brings up center fielder Brooklyn Bowman. It's low for ball 1. Pitching for Chippewa Falls is Harper Reisinger. One's low and away for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to Bowman. And low again, runner stealing second on the wild pitch, and she will get there. Barwick will steal second. As it's 3-1 the count now to Bowman. That's low again, so back-to-back walks from Reisinger. Bowman takes her base. That brings up Lauren Jacoby. Lauren Jacoby had a solo home run back in the first game.
Jacoby.
First pitch is a ball to Lauren Jacoby. And that one's grounded up, hits the mound, and gets out into center field. Runner coming home, she'll get there. So a single for Lauren Jacoby that brings in Taylor Barwick as a run for the Tigers. So Bowman to second and a single for Lauren Jacoby.
13, Brianna Jacoby.
And that brings up Brianna Jacoby. We're at third base here this game. That'll be fouled off for strike one. All one the count to Brianna Jacoby. That's low and inside for ball one. 1-1 the count to Brianna Jacoby with runners at first and second. No outs here in the bottom of the first inning. That's grounded over to third, out at third, trying to make the double play at first, and they'll get it. So a double play for the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. They get Bowman out heading to third, and they get Jacoby out on the ground out to first. And now it's Madeline Bornbach, the catcher for the Tigers, up to bat. So runner at second, 2 outs now in the bottom of the first. Tigers lead 1-0. That one's low in the dirt for ball one. That one swung on, grounded over to first, through the gap. That'll be a base hit for Bornbach. Runner coming home, and runner's out, trying to get home. So Lauren Jacoby's out, trying to get home. And that'll do it for the first inning. We'll take a quick break and be right back after this here on Zaleski Sports.
If you have a fear of overpaying, you have FOOP. But don't worry, switch to US Cellular and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G, plus no activation fees. So you can stream, capture, and post without FOOP. Switch and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G at US Cellular. Choose fair.
Northside Computers is Marshfield's U.S. Cellular store. Visit us on South Central Avenue in Marshfield for the latest Samsung, Apple, personal cellular devices, tablets, and more.
Need incentive to get started at Mid-State Technical College? 1, 2, 3 for free can save up to $900 on tuition. Start this summer if you'd like. No catches, no application fee or essays to write. 1, 2, 3 for free at Mid-State. Get started at mstc.edu.
Welcome back, everyone, as we get set to start the top of the second inning, rather. The Tigers lead 1-0 after putting up a run there in the first.
Leading off for the Cardinals, number 13.
And leading off for the Cardinals is Bazia Olsen, the right-hander. That one's fouled off over into right field territory. That one's outside for ball one. 1-1 the count to Olsen. Marshfield leads 1-0 here in the top of the second. That one swung on and hit through the center field gap. And Olsen's going to have a single, as that'll bring up Kenna Johnston, the shortstop. That's down the middle for strike one on pitch one to Johnston. That one swung on and shot out into right field and caught. What a catch there over in right field. Great catch over there in right field by Autumn Tisver.
Now batting, number 2, Steinmetz.
Now up to bat is Paige Steinmetz for Chippewa Falls. For the pop out there from Johnston. That pitch is high for ball one. So 1 on, 1 out here to Steinmetz. 1-0 the count. That one shot out in the right field gap, and it'll fall, and it'll be a base hit for Steinmetz as Olsen heads over to second.
Now batting, number 1, Berg.
That brings up catcher Emmy Berg. That one's down the middle for strike one to Berg. Again, it's Courtney Donahue getting her second straight start of the day at pitcher for the Tigers. That's inside for ball one. 1-1 the count. Runners at first and second. 1 out here in the top of the second inning. It's Berg facing the 1-1 count. That one's fouled back for strike number 2. 1-2 to Berg. That one's high and away for ball 2 to Emmy Berg. Again, runners at first and second. 1 out here in the top of the second inning. 2-2 the count. She swings on that one, pops it out into center field, and it'll be out over in center field. So 2 down here in the top of the second inning. And that brings up right fielder Michael Burrow. Runners at first and second. That one's inside for ball 1 to Burrow. As Marshfield leads 1-0. And she swings and shoots that one out into deep left field, and it'll fall. So a double for Burrow that's going to have 2-run score for Chippewa Falls. So a big double there from Michael Burrow and 2-run score.
Now batting, number 7, Aldridge.
That brings up back to the top of the order with pitcher Hannah Aldrich. As Aldrich walked her first at-bat. Aldrich, not at pitcher today. She's at second base here in game 2. She started at pitcher in game 1. Playing second base here in game 2. As first pitch is a strike to Aldrich. And another big swing and a miss from Aldrich there. 0-2 the count to Hannah Aldrich. That One's high and away. 4-1 to Aldrich. That one's popped out into left field and caught by out there in left field. And that'll end the inning. Third out of the inning, so that'll do it for the top of the second. The Chippewa Falls Cardinals put up 2 runs, go up 2-1. We'll be right back after this here on Zaleski Sports.
Bauer & Fine Business Technologies is your complete office technology solution. For 60 years, Bauer & Fine Business Technologies has been serving school districts, municipalities, counties, religious organizations, and businesses in Wisconsin and beyond. Visit b-bt.com and let Bauer & Fine Business Technologies be your complete office technology solution. That's b-bt.com.
Hewitt's Meat has been producing the highest quality meat in the area since 1939. From chicken to pork, beef to seafood, here you'll find only the best. Try our award-winning summer sausage and snack sticks, made from only the highest quality cuts, no fillers. And good luck choosing between our 34 flavors of brats. Stop by for lunch and grab a made-to-order sub, burger, or salad. And don't forget all the canned goods, salsas, pickles, pizzas, and more. All locally sourced. Hewitt's Meat in Marshfield and Tomahawk.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start at the bottom of the second, as Sandra Costa will lead off for the Tigers. First pitch is a ball to Costa. Chippewa Falls leads 2-1. They just put up 2 runs here in the second. That one's low and inside. 4-2 to Costa. Costa getting the start at first base in game 2. That's low but called a strike. 2-1 now the count to Sandra Costa. Tigers put up the 1 run in the first inning. That one's grounded through the gap into center field. And Sandra Costa will have a base hit for the Tigers.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 12, Lydia Schaefer.
That brings up second baseman Lydia Schaefer. And she bunts that one down. Great bunt there. We'll see if she can make it to first. And she does. So great bunt down there from Lydia Schaefer. She reaches first on the bunt. And Costa heads over to second. That brings up Autumn Tisver. Tisver out in right field tonight. So no outs. Runners at first and second to Tisver at the plate. She puts the bunt down, pulls it back. Mishandled throw and catch there, and runners will advance to second and third. So runners advance to second and third. 2 runners in scoring position now for Tisver at the plate, facing the 1-0 count. There's a big swing and a miss there from Tisver. Runners at second and third, no outs. Here, that one's outside for ball 2. 2-1 the count now to Tisver. That one's popped up and caught over at first base for out number 1 here in the second inning for the Tigers.
Batting for the Tigers, number 6.
That brings up pitcher Courtney Donahue. Pitch 1 is a ball to Donahue. And the Tigers with runners at second and third. With Donahue, the lefty, at the plate. That one's low and away for ball 2. And swung on and fouled back by Donahue. So 2-1 the count now to Courtney Donahue. Again, 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Cardinals lead the Tigers 2-1. That one swung on, grounded over to second base. And they'll go for the out at first. They won't get it. Try for the out at home. And they'll say she's safe at home. Now going for the out at third. They say she's safe at third. So some indecisiveness by Chippewa Falls in the infield allows Donahue to reach first and a run to score, and Schaefer to head over to third. So a hit for Donahue brings Costa home, ties it up at 2-2, and sends Schaefer over to third. Again, there's some as Chippewa Falls head coach getting into a discussion with the umpire, questioning whether Costa ever touched home plate. As the umpires will discuss out there and decide she is safe. So the run will count for the Tigers. Now the Tigers sitting with runners at first and third. And that brings up leadoff hitter Taylor Barwick, the left fielder. She walked her first at-bat.
At the plate for the Tigers, number 4, Taylor Barwick.
Barwick did cross. She was the first run for the Tigers back in the first inning, as we're tied at 2-2 here in the second inning. As she shows the button, that fouls off for strike number 1 to Barwick. That's grounded over to shortstop. Now they're going for the out at home, and it's an errant throw. So runner will be safe at home, and runner will be out at third. So Barwick gets a hit, heads over to second, and a run scores. It's Schaefer scoring, and Donahue's out heading to third.
16, Brooklyn Bowman.
So another run for the Tigers. They're up 3-2 now, and it's Brooklyn Bowman, the center fielder, up to bat now for the Marshfield Tigers. And pitch 1 is low for ball 1. We got a runner at second. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. It's Bowman facing the 1-0 count. She sends that one up through the gap into center field. Runner's going to come around to score, and she will score. So Bowman's going to have a double, and Barwick scores for the Tigers. The Tigers go up 4-2 off the double from Brooklyn Bowman.
Lauren Jacoby.
And that brings up shortstop Lauren Jacoby. That one outside for ball 1. Jacoby singled her first at-bat and was out trying to reach home in the first inning. That's low and inside for ball 2 to Jacoby. We have a. So they're going to intentionally walk Lauren Jacoby. She homered last game.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 13, Brianna Jacoby.
She had 2 singles and a home run in the first game and a hit here tonight. That one's popped out into center field, and that'll be the 3rd out of the inning. That'll do it for the 2nd inning, and we'll take another quick break and be right back with the 3rd after this here on Zaleski Sports.
I really got to understand what what a nurse is. Do they focus on you? You know, do they make sure that you're comfortable? And you know, that's what Shai has. It's the connection that he has. You know, my best interest in mind always.
Why wait another day? Let's take the next step together towards a better life.
Your snow adventure awaits at Power Pack in Marshfield and Irvs and Tomahawk. We're ready for snow. Stocked, locked, and loaded with 2 stores of inventory and the best selection of snowmobiles and off-road machines in the area. Activate your adrenaline on your new Polaris snowmobile, side-by-side or ATV. Save up to $1,500 on 2020 models. Plus, check out our snow gear from all the leading brands at both locations. Don't wait. Your adventure starts today at Power Pack in Marshfield and Irvs Sales and Service in Tomahawk. Your snow adventure destination.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the top of the 3rd inning. As up to bat for Chippewa Falls, leading off this inning, is Madison Bauer. Bauer popped out in the 1st. Donahue on the pitch, and that's high and away for ball 1 to Bauer. So Marshfield leading 4-2 after putting up 3 runs in the 2nd inning. It's 1-0 to Bauer, and that one's popped out into shallow left field, and it'll be caught for out number 1. So 1 up and 1 down here in the 3rd inning. And that brings up Madison Baker, the first baseman for the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. Baker popped out her first at bat. That one's fouled back for strike number 1. Donahue. That one's just inside for ball 1, and checking in with Greenwood Columbus Catholic baseball. Greenwood leads 17-5 over the Dons in the top of the 5th inning, as that pitch is high for ball 2 to Baker. That's a big swing and a miss from Baker there. Evens up the count at 2-2. We also have Marshfield and DC Everest Soccer live right now. That game's at 0-0 still. That soccer match. As that one shot out and over the glove in to the outfield for a base hit for Madison Baker. Now up to bat is Cam Feldstat, the designated player for the Cardinals. And that one's popped up and out of play for a foul. 0-1 the count to Feldstat. And checking in with Edgar. Assumption baseball looks like Edgar gets the win. They win 11-2 over the Assumption Royals. It's 0-2 count to Feldstadt. That one's grounded up into the gap, into center field for another base hit. Feldstadt with the base hit, and Baker heads over to second. That brings up Bazia Olsen, the left fielder. Olsen singled back on her first at-bat in the second inning, as she'll be up to bat with runners at first and second base. As Olsen checks her swing, it's a strike anyways. 0-1 the count to Olsen. So that's a ball there. 1-1 the count now to Olsen. That one's high for ball 2 to Olsen. 2-1 the count. Runners at first and second. 1 out. Big swing and a miss there from Olsen. 2-2 the count now to Olsen. So runners at first and second. 1 out here in the top of the third. Tigers lead 4-2. After dropping game 1 to the Cardinals. Now one's inside. Olsen has to duck out of the way a bit there. 3-2 the count to Olsen. That one's popped and fouled off into the right field territory, as Olsen stays alive in the count. That one swung, hit into the gap, into right field for a base hit. We'll see if the runner comes home. She stays at third. So back-to-back base hits for the Chippewa Falls Cardinals, and the bases are loaded. It's Olsen at first, Feldstadt at second, Baker at third, and that brings up Kenna Johnston, the shortstop. Johnston popped out to right field, her first at-bat in the second inning. Just 1 out with the bases loaded to Johnston. That one's high and inside for ball 1. That one's just high and out of the strike zone. 2-0 the count to Johnston. And bases loaded, just 1 out here in the top of the third. And that's high again, this one for ball 3. So 3-0 the count to Johnston with the bases loaded. Donahue on the mound. That's high again, ball 4. Johnston takes her base, and Baker comes around and scores for the Cardinals. And that brings up Paige Steinmetz, the center fielder for the Cardinals. But we'll have a meeting on the mound here with Marshfield, and we'll keep it here, as it'll be Steinmetz Coming up for the Cardinals, Steinmetz had a single. Her first at bat there in the second. She scored after that. As the bases will be loaded. Bases will be loaded for assumedly still Donahue on the mound for the Tigers. Again, she got back-to-back starts here today in both of these doubleheader games.
Batting for the Cardinals, number 2, Steinmetz.
And it is Donahue still out on the mound, and it's Paige Steinmetz, the center fielder, up to bat. Bases loaded here in the top of the third. 1 out. That one's fouled off for strike 1 to Steinmetz. That one swung and hit out into deep right field. Caught out in right field. They'll try to get her out at home. They won't. So runner scores on the sacrifice fly into right field from Steinmetz. But Feldstadt comes around to score as this game is tied at 4-4. Runners at first and second to Emmy Berg, the catcher, up to bat now. That's right down the middle for strike number 1 to Berg. So runners at first and second, 2 outs as Berg faces the 0-1 count from Donahue. And that's popped up into the infield and caught, and that'll be out number 3. So the Chippewa Falls Cardinals put up 2 runs and tie the game at 4-4 heading into the bottom of the third. We'll take a quick break and be right back after this here on Zaleski Sports.
I had an employee once ask me to prioritize family, faith, and business, and I put them in that order in particular. For each one of our employees, it's family first. You do what is best for you and your family. Then the rest of it will take care of itself. It's about making sure you make the best decisions for you and your family.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the bottom of the third inning. But first, we'll hear from our friends over at Valley Communities Credit Union. It's never too early to start teaching the value of saving. Your youngsters can learn today with a Valley Communities Credit Union Kids Club or Teen Savings Club membership. We make saving fun and easy with prizes for making deposits and getting good grades. Stop into one of our 5 locations in Mosinee, Croninwater, Marshfield, Stevens Point, and Wisconsin Rapids to open an account for your kids today. Valley Communities Credit Union supports all student athletes. A big thanks to Valley Communities Credit Union and all of our sponsors here at Zaleski Sports. And stop over by Valley Communities Credit Union and get your kids started with a savings club membership, a teen savings club membership. As we get set to start the bottom of the third inning here, tied up at 4-4. We've had scores in all 3 innings
Leading off for the Tigers,
so far tonight.
Maddie Bornbach.
And leading off for Marshfield is Madeline Bornbach. That one's lined down the third base line, and it'll be fair. Bornbach will have a double. So Bornbach doubles down the third base line to start off the bottom of the third. Now, Emma Dorhorst comes in to run for Bornbach.
Number 2, Sandy Costa.
That brings up first baseman Sandra Costa. Costa had a single back in the second inning. That one's low for ball one to Costa. So Marshfield with a runner at second. No outs with the game tied at 4-4 to Costa. As that one's popped up in the infield, and Aldrich will have the catch there at second for out number one. That brings up Lydia Schaefer. Schaefer, the second baseman tonight. Schaefer had a base hit back in the second inning as well. That one's down the middle for strike one to Schaefer. 0-1 the count. That one's high for ball one to Schaefer. 1-1 the count. Runner at second, one out here in the bottom of the third, with Reisinger on the mound. And that one's grounded up the middle, through the gap, into center field, and past and under the center fielder's glove. So it's going to be a double for Schaefer, a triple she's trying for, and she'll have it. So it's Lydia Schaefer with the triple that brings Bornbach home. Tigers lead 5-4. That brings up Autumn Tisver, the right fielder. Tisver popped out her first at-bat. But again, the scoring onslaught for both sides continues.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 11, Morgan Mortberg.
That's not Tisver there, so we have Morgan Mortvet hitting for Tisver, and she has a big swing and a miss there on her first at bat. Another swing and a miss. 0-2 the count to Mortvet. That one's popped up in the infield, and Berg, the catcher for the Cardinals, will have it. So Mortvet pops out her first at bat. 2 down now in the third inning.
Now batting for the Tigers.
And now up to bat is pitcher Courtney Donahue. Donahue singled her last at-bat, her first at-bat of this game. That's right down the middle for strike one to Donahue. That one swung on, fouled back for strike two from Reisinger to Donahue. Donahue, the lefty. And checks her swing. That's called a ball. 1-2 the count now to Donahue. And that's swung on, shot out into left field, and foul from Donahue. So runner at third, 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning, has the Tigers lead 5-4. That one's low and called a strike, so Donahue strikes out looking, and that'll do it for the third inning. We'll take another break and be right back with the top of the fourth as Marshfield leads 5-4. We'll be right back after this.
From first contact at Dental Clinic of Marshfield, their dentists are committed to your individual attention and strive to provide personalized oral health care. They work hard to create the ultimate stress-free and comfortable dental experience. It is their mission to educate and provide the patients with the best dental care in central Wisconsin. Whether you're looking for information on implants, teeth whitening, crowns, orthodontics, dentures, or any dental service, Dental Clinic of Marshfield has it for you. You can book your appointment online at dentalclinicofmarshfield.com or give them a call at one of their 3 locations in Marshfield, Stratford, or Neillsville today.
Welcome back as we get set to start the top of the fourth inning. But first, we'll hear from the great people over at Awards and More. Awards and More is your one-stop location for awards, plaques, trophies, embroidery, screen printing, and promotional products. Awards and More is also the proud sponsor of the Zaleski Sports Athlete of the Month. Visit Awards and More on Facebook to begin your next trophy order. Big thanks to the folks over at Awards and More. And now leading off here in the top of the fourth for the Cardinals is right fielder Michael Burrow. Burrow had a double back in the second inning that brought a run home for the Cardinals. Brought 2 runs home. And that one she shoots out into center field, and it's caught. Looks like it was caught. It was caught by Brooklyn Bowman. Looks like she caught that with her part of her wrist on that one. Looks like she cradled that, but Bowman with the catch out in center field.
Now batting, number 7, Aldridge.
And Michael Burrow's out for out number 1 here in the fourth inning. Now it's Hannah Aldrich up to bat. She sees the ball go by. 1-0 the count to Aldrich. Aldrich at second base tonight. As that one's fouled back for strike 1. That one's fouled back from Aldrich. So 1-2 the count to Hannah Aldrich. 1 down here in the top of the fourth. Marshfield leads Chippewa Falls 5-4. That one's low and away for ball number 2. So 2-2 the count to Aldrich. Donahue on the mound. And that's right down the middle for strike number 3 as Aldrich strikes out looking for out number 2. It's 2 up and 2 down here in the top of the fourth. That brings up Madison Bauer, the third baseman. Bauer's popped out both at-bats here today. And that's down the middle for strike number 1 to Bauer. On the count, nobody on, 2 outs. And that's, they say inside for a ball, 1-1 the count. And Marshfield leads 5-4 here in the top of the fourth inning. That's just outside, but hits the outside corner for a strike. 1-2 the count to Madison Bauer. That one is shot out and caught. Caught to end the inning. 3 up and 3 down here in the top of the fourth. Marshfield still leads 5-4 heading into the bottom of the fourth. We'll be right back after this here on Zaleski Sports.
RoofTech LLC specializes in commercial roof coatings and spray foam. RoofTech also services the entire state of Wisconsin. That's right, from La Crosse to Milwaukee, Eau Claire to Green Bay, Superior, Marshfield, Kenosha, Madison, Sheboygan, and everywhere in between. RoofTech uses superior systems that can fully restore just about any roof in Wisconsin. RoofTech is offering modern solutions for your roof's data dilemmas. See RoofTech online at rooftechllc.com or RoofTech LLC on Facebook.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the bottom of the fourth inning. But first, we'll hear from our friends over at Fleet Farm. If you like Fleet Farm, you've got to sign up for Fleet Rewards. You earn points to save even more on things you already buy. Plus, it's free to sign up. Start earning points today with Fleet Rewards. Fleet Farm, proudly serving the Midwest since 1955. 66 years of business for Fleet Farm. Be sure to head over to your local Fleet Farm. And now, the Marshfield Tigers start off right back at the top of the order with left fielder Taylor Barwick. Barwick walked her first at-bat and had a double her second at-bat. That one's low for ball one to Barwick. 1-0 the count to Barwick here in the bottom of the fourth. Still Risinger out on the mound for the Cardinals. And that one's low and away for ball number two. Pitch on the way, outside again for ball three. So Risinger quickly behind in the count. As that one will be a strike. 3-1 the count to Barwick. That one's low and away for ball four. Barwick takes her base. And that brings up Brooklyn Bowman at center field in this game. Bowman walked her first at-bat and doubled her second at-bat as well. As Barwick thought about stealing, stays at first as the first pitch to Bowman is a strike. As that's bunted and popped up and caught by Berg, the catcher, for out number one.
Now batting for the Tigers.
So one down. And that brings up shortstop Lauren Jacoby. She was intentionally walked her last at-bat, singled her first at-bat. And they'll pitch to her here. That one's high for ball one. And Jacoby shoots that one out into right field and out in right field. They'll try to get the out at first. Not quite. And they do get her out. So they get the pop out in right field on Jacoby and then get Barwick out at first as well to end the fourth inning. We'll take a quick break and be right back after this here on Zaleski Sports.
Wondering what to feed your team after work, the game, or this weekend? Chips Hamburgers in Marshfield and Wisconsin Rapids has tasty, char-broiled burgers for any hungry appetite. From the classic hamburger to the famous Chips Champ and everything in between, check out our daily specials. Stop inside to enjoy your meal with comfortable seating. See our complete menu of burgers, hot ham and cheese, hot beef, chicken and fish, fries, rings, curds, and ice cream served year-round. In a hurry? Same great menu in the drive-thru. Chips Hamburgers in Marshfield and Wisconsin Rapids.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the top of the fifth inning. The Marshfield Tigers lead the Chippewa Falls Cardinals 5-4. The first scoreless inning of play there in the fourth, and we'll have a chance to hear from our friends over at Draxler Transport. Draxler has flatbed driving opportunities that pay you a 5-cent per mile premium over van. At Draxler Transport, drivers are always home for their requested time off. Draxler Transport is a family-oriented company that treats you like family. Visit DraxlerTransport.com to apply today. As we get set to begin play here in the top of the fifth. And Donahue's still on the mound for the Tigers. Leading off for Chippewa Falls will be Madison Baker. Baker popped out her first at-bat and singled on her second at-bat. As we have a few discussions going on between the two coaches. As leading off for the Cardinals is
number 16, Baker.
Is Madison Baker. And that's strike one to Madison Baker. 0-1 the count. Nobody on. No outs. Baker facing the 0-1 count. And that one swung on, grounded over to third. Long throw to first. It'll get there, and Baker's out at first base. So 1 up and 1 down. Brings up Cam Feldstadt, designated player for the Cardinals. As Feldstadt popped out her first at-bat, singled back in the third. And she pops that one up into center field, and it'll be caught. So 2 up and 2 down as Feldstadt pops out into center field. And that brings up Ozia Olsen, the left fielder.
Now batting, number 13, Olsen.
Olsen is 2 for 2 here in this game, 2 singles. And that one's inside for ball 1 from Donahue. That one swung on and fouled back for strike 1 to Bazia Olsen. That one swung on, grounded in the gap, over into left field. So Olsen with another hit. She's 3 for 3 on the day with 3 base hits. And that brings up Kenna Johnston. Johnston, the shortstop. Johnston has popped out and walked in her first 2 at-bats. That one's outside for ball 1 to Johnston. That one swung on, popped out into left field, and caught out in left field for out number 3. That'll do it for the top of the 5th. We'll take a quick break and be right back with the bottom of the 5th right after this here on Zaleski Sports.
When you get moving again, be safe and ready to go. Use your stimulus or tax return to save up to $150 on a select set of 4 Goodyear tires at Sherrill Tire and Service Center.
Get your car done right.
If you have a fear of overpaying, you have FOOP. But don't worry, switch to US Cellular and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G, plus no activation fees. So you can stream, capture, and post without FOOP. Switch and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G at US Cellular. Choose fair.
Northside Computers is Marshfield's U.S. Cellular store. Visit us on South Central Avenue in Marshfield for the latest Samsung, Apple, personal cellular devices, tablets, and more.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set to start the bottom of the 5th inning. And leading off for the Marshfield Tigers, it is 3rd baseman Brianna Jacoby. Brianna grounded out and flew out to center in her first 2 at-bats. First pitch is inside for ball 1. Still Reisinger out on the mound for Chippewa Falls. Again, Chippewa Falls took game 1. Marshfield up 5-4 here in game 2. Big swing and a miss from Brianna Jacoby there. 1-1 the count to Brianna Jacoby. So that's a ball. So 2 balls to 1 strike. And that one shot out into deep right center and caught out in right field. So Jacoby gets a good hit on it, but caught out in right field for out number 1. So 1 up and 1 down.
At the plate for the Tigers.
And that brings up Madeline Bornbach. Madeline Bornbach, the catcher for the Tigers. Bornbach doubled back in the 3rd inning. Bornbach, the lefty. That's low and outside for ball 1. And it continues to get a little darker as the night goes. Again, no lights here at the park, but gonna guess we'll be done before it gets that dark. As it counts 2-0 to Bornbach. That one's right down the middle for strike number 1 to Madeline Bornbach. That's low and away for ball number 3. 3-1 the count. Nobody on, 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. And a big swing and a miss there as Bornbach with strike number 2, count runs full. That one swung on, popped out into left field, foul for Bornbach. Count stays full. Nobody on. 1 out. Bottom of the 5th. Tigers lead 5-4. Bornbach faces the 3-2 count. That one swung on, hit out into right field, and that falls. So Bornbach with another hit. She singles out into right field, and that brings up Sandra Costa, the first baseman for Marshfield.
Now batting for the Tigers.
That's Dorhorst pinch running for Bornbach.
Costa.
As that one's high, but a strike to Costa. That one's high and outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count. Big swing and a miss from Costa there. 1-2 the count now to Sandra Costa. That one's inside. Costa stumbles a bit. Count evens at 2-2. And Costa shoots that one out into right field. It'll fall. So Costa with the single. And it sends Bornbach over to second. That brings up Lydia Schaefer, a second baseman.
Lydia Schaefer.
Schaefer singled back in the second inning. That one's inside for ball 1 to Schaefer. Runners at first and second. Just 1 out. As Schaefer shoots that one out into center field, and it's caught. Runners will stay put. So runners stay put as Schaefer pops out to center field. And that brings up Matea Steinbach.
Now at the plate for the Tigers, number 3, Matea Steinbach.
So Steinbach, that one's right down the middle for strike. Number 1 to Steinbach. That's high and inside for ball 1. And Marshfield up 5-4. Dropped game 1 of this doubleheader. Up by 1 now. That one's grounded through the gap into right field. So Steinbach with a base hit. Runner coming home. And runner wasn't touched. So Steinbach with the base hit that brings Bornbach home to score. Marshfield leads 6-4.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 6, Courtney Donahue.
As it's Steinbach with the double. Costa at third, Steinbach at second. And that one's through the gap. And another score for Marshfield. That's Courtney Donahue with the base hit. That brings Costa home for another score. Marshfield up 7-4 now. It's a base hit for Donahue. And Steinbach heads over to third. So runners at first and third. Back to the top of the order with Taylor Barwick.
Batting for the Tigers, number 4, Taylor Barwick.
Barwick walked, had a double and walked tonight. First pitch is a strike to Barwick. And Marshfield putting up the 2 runs here in the 5th inning, both with 2 outs. As Barwick follows that one back for strike number 2. And Barwick checks her swing. Did she go across? They say no. She did not. So 1-2 the count to Barwick. That's high and inside for ball number 2 to Taylor Barwick. 2-2 the count. Reisinger still on the mound. Marshfield leads 7-4. That's low for ball 3. So 3 straight balls thrown from Reisinger. Barwick facing the full count with runners at first and third. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. That's called a ball. So Barwick takes her base. And the bases are loaded for Brooklyn Bowman. Bowman, the center fielder, she walked her first at-bat, doubled second at-bat, and popped out her third at-bat. So bases loaded for Brooklyn Bowman with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. That's called a strike. 0-1 the count quickly here to Bowman. And that's shot out into left field and foul for Bowman. That one swung on, grounded through the glove and gap. Their 2 runs are going to score for Marshfield. So Bowman reaches first on an error, which allows 2 runs to score. I'm not sure what the call on the field was, but the inning's over. I'm not sure what the call was. They're talking about it. Coach Costa and both umpires are talking about it. Costa doesn't look happy about whatever the call is. And Marshfield, their fielding unit is heading out there. They're all on the field now. But we'll let you know as we figure out what's going on here, what the call was. The inning's over. That's what we do know. But nonetheless, Marshfield does score 2 runs. But we'll see. Again, we really don't know a lot. what's going on right now. They might take runs off the board. They might not. Still no word. It'll be 7-4, so neither of those runs scored count.
What was the call? Interference. Okay, thank you.
Interference is the call.
Thank you.
So interference is the call. That's why we don't. So no 2 runs there. Just 7-4.
Number 2, Steinmetz.
There's an out there. So nonetheless, we're in the top of the 6th inning, and Marshfield leads 7-4. Leading off for the Cardinals is Paige Steinmetz. First pitch is a strike. Steinmetz had a single and popped out her first 2 at-bats. 0-1 the count to Steinmetz. And she shoots that one up the gap, and that'll get all the way through for a single for Paige Steinmetz. That'll bring up catcher Emmy Berg.
Now batting, number 1, Berg.
And Berg popped out her first at-bat. And first pitch is a strike to Berg. That one swung on and fouled back for strike number 2. 0-2 the count to Emmy Berg. And that one's just outside for ball 1 to Berg. 1-2 the count to Emmy Berg. Runner at first. No outs here in the top of the 6th inning. That one swung on, popped up into shallow right field, and it's caught for the out. As Berg pops out to right field for out number 1. And that brings up Michael Burrow, the right fielder for the Cardinals. Donahue with a swing and a miss from Burrow there. Won the count to Michael Burrow. That one's high for ball 1. 1-1 the count to Burrow. 1 out, 1 runner at first here in the top of the 6th inning. That one swung on and fouled back by Burrow. 1-2 the count now. Again, Tigers lost game 1. Ahead here by 3 runs in game 2. Looking to get a win on the day here against the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. And a big swing and a miss there from Burrow, and that's a strikeout. So Burrow strikes out swinging for out number 2. And that's going to bring up second baseman Hannah Aldrich. Aldrich walked, popped out, and struck out her first 3 at-bats. That one's fouled back for strike number 1. This is Donahue. Again, Donahue got both starts here tonight for the Tigers. As that one's grounded over to shortstop, now over to first, and out for out number 3 here in the top of the 6th. And we're going to keep it here and hear from our friends over at Spectrum Benefit. Spectrum Benefit Solutions with offices across central Wisconsin. Spectrum Benefit Solutions is your group benefits provider for health, dental, accident, and life insurance. Spectrum Benefit Solutions works with hundreds of clients of all sizes to help you attract and retain the best employees. Find Spectrum Benefit Solutions on Facebook to get started. As Marshfield Tigers lead 7-4 heading into the bottom of the 6th inning. So the Cardinals will have one last shot in the top of the 7th to try to get some runs on the board and tie or take the lead. But first, the Tigers will have a chance to extend their 3-point lead of 7-4 here. And first, we'll hear from our friends over at Valley Communities Credit Union as well. It's never too early to start teaching the value of saving. Your youngsters can learn today with a Valley Communities Credit Union Kids Club or Teen Savings Club membership. We make savings fun and easy with prizes for making deposits and getting good grades. Stop into one of our 5 locations in Mosinee, Croninwater, Marshfield, Stevens Point, and Wisconsin Rapids to open an account for your kids today. Valley Communities Credit Union supports all student athletes, as it's Lauren Jacoby leading off for the Marshfield Tigers. She had a base hit, a walk, and a pop fly out into right field in the 4th inning. Pitch 1 is a ball. That one's popped back, fouled back for strike 1. Count evens up at 1-1 to Lauren Jacoby. That one's inside for ball 2 to Lauren Jacoby. 2-1 the count. That one's grounded and bobbled by the shortstop, and Jacoby will be safe at first off the error. The error from Kenna Johnston over there at shortstop.
Number 13, Brianna Jacoby.
And that brings up third baseman Brianna Jacoby. Brianna has grounded out and popped out twice in her first 3 at-bats. And runner at first, no outs. That one's grounded over to third base, and they have the out at second, and they don't try at first. So they get the out over there at second, and Brianna Jacoby reaches first on the fielder's choice. So out number 1, and that brings up Madeline Bornbach. Bornbach, the catcher for the Tigers, with a runner at first and 1 out. Bornbach has a double and a single here tonight. This pitch 1 is a strike to Bornbach. It's now Coach Costa with a meeting with the home plate umpire. Gonna make a change at the base runner, it looks like. As that's Shyla Brogan pinch running at first base. So it's Bornbach facing the 0-1 count with a runner at first and 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. So that one's fouled back, chipped back by Bornbach. 0-2 the count now. Oh, 2 pitch is swung on and fouled back by Bornbach. 0-2 the count. Stays. That one's going to be low and outside for ball one. 1-2 the count now to Bornbach. Again, Tigers lead 7-4 here in the bottom of the 6th. Runner at first. 1 out. Bornbach facing the 1-2 count. That's swung on and hit right to second base. Caught and out at first. So what a play there by Hannah Aldrich with the catch and the throw to first for the double play. That does it for the 6th inning. We'll take a quick break and be right back with the top of the 7th right after this.
Your snow adventure awaits at Power Pack in Marshfield and Irvs and Tomahawk. We're ready for snow. Stocked, locked, and loaded with 2 stores of inventory and the best selection of snowmobiles and off-road machines in the area. Activate your adrenaline on your new Polaris snowmobile, side-by-side or ATV. Save up to $1,500 on 2020 models. Plus, check out our snow gear from all the leading brands at both locations. Don't wait. Your adventure starts today at Power Pack in Marshfield and Irvs Sales and Service in Tomahawk. Your snow adventure destination.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set for the top of the 7th, where the Chippewa Falls Cardinals will have their last shot to either tie or take the lead here in the 7th inning. Before we get to that, we'll hear from our friends over at Awards and More. Awards and More is your one-stop location for awards, plaques, trophies, embroidery, screen printing, and promotional products. Awards and More is also the proud sponsor of the Zaleski Sports Athlete of the Month. Visit Awards and More on Facebook to begin your next trophy order. And it is Donahue still out on the mound for the Tigers, so she will more than likely play an entire game here in Game 2. And leading off for the Chippewa Falls Cardinals will be Madison Bauer, the third baseman.
For the Cardinals, number 4, Bauer.
Bauer has popped out all 3 of her at-bats, as that one's on the outside corner for a strike to Bauer. 0-1 the count to Madison Bauer. No outs, nobody on here in the top of the 7th. That one's low and inside for ball number 1 to Bauer. And Bauer looking to start off a run for the Cardinals to cut into this 3-point Tiger lead again. Cardinals took Game 1. Tigers up 3 here in the 7th inning of Game 2. That one's popped out into right field, and it falls. So a wild way to get a base hit there, as that one just kind of ducks out to shallow right field in the gap. And Bauer has a base hit.
Number 16, Baker.
And that brings up first baseman Madison Baker. Baker popped out her first at-bat, singled her second at-bat, and grounded out at her third at-bat. Runner at first, no outs. Big swing and a miss from Baker there. 0-1 to Madison Baker. Another big swing and a miss from Madison Baker. 0-2 the count with a runner at first and no outs here in the top of the 7th. Again, Donahue looking to finish out this game. And a big swing and a miss and a strikeout to Baker. Donahue with the strikeout gets Baker swinging
Now batting, number 9.
for out number 1 here in the top of the 7th, and that brings up Cam Feltstadt, the designated player for the Cardinals. She popped out, singled, and popped out again in her first 3 at-bats. 1 for 3 on the day, on the game. That one's fouled off. 0-1 the count now to Feltstadt. 0-1 the count to Feldstadt, runner at first. And that's right there for a strike. 0-2 the count now to Feldstadt. 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. Donahue on the mound. That one's outside for ball 1. 1-2 the count to Feldstadt. That one swung on, shot up the gap into center field. Feldstadt will have a single as it advances Bauer to second. So runners at first and second now with Bazia Olsen up to bat. She's 3 for 3 on the game. 3 base hits for Olsen so far today, and she'll look to continue that to try to have the Cardinals cut into this 3-point Tigers lead. And we have a pinch runner for the Cardinals.
Now batting, number 13, Olsen.
Olsen shoots that one out into right field. Caught in right field. What a catch there by Barwick for out number 2. Runners stay put. So Olsen line drives out into right field. That brings up Kenna Johnston. Johnston's got 2 flyouts and a walk here tonight. Does Johnston. So runners at first and second. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th to Johnston. And that one is just outside of the strike zone for ball 1. Again, we'll remind you to stay tuned for the Nasonville Dairy post-game show. We'll have a quick recap of tonight's game. So be sure to stay tuned for the Nasonville Dairy post-game show. As it's 2-0 the count to Johnston. 2 outs. Tigers just need one more to end this one, and they're not going to get it there. That one is singled out into center field. No run score, but a single for Kenna Johnston that loads the bases for Paige Steinmetz, the center fielder. Steinmetz got a single, a flyout, and another single. She's 2 for 3 on the day as the Cardinals look to make a late inning push to try and tie or take the lead in this one. They need 3 runs to tie it, and they got to do it with 2 outs as the bases are loaded for Steinmetz. Donahue on the mound. That one's right down the middle for strike 1 to Steinmetz. And bases loaded, 2 outs. Steinmetz shoots that one out into right field, and it's caught. So that'll do it. The Marshfield Tigers split the doubleheader with the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. Game 1, it was the Cardinals winning 5-4, and now here in Game 2, the Tigers take it 7-4 over the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. And with that, we'll take a quick break and hear from our friends over at Nasonville Dairy. And stay tuned for the Nasonville Dairy postgame show coming right up after this.
Well, the Grow Wisconsin Dairy Processing Grant is for really any dairy, or up to $50,000 you can get for like improvements, help with like food safety aspects. It's actually you have to pay part of the service that you're getting, so you have to pay 20% of it. So we were actually granted $6150, and so that's the 80%. So our project is at a little over $7,000. So that's showing them that we're doing something with their milk. We're not just taking it, turning it into cheese, sending it in the store, sending it to the customer, like everyone else does. Anything that we do in the plant with food safety is great for everyone. It's not just great for us. It's telling the customer that we make a good product. It's telling the farmer, our patrons, that we're doing good with their milk. And so that should really go to heart. That you're going to get a safe product coming out of here. It's cool to see that all the Hymans are they really like to see their name out in the community, but especially for anything with children's groups. They sponsor a bike raffle every year, and they actually go and give it to the kid in the schools. I know that's a huge thing every year. But yeah, it's really cool to see their name out there. Seeing them a sponsor, we all got kids, we all were kids, so most likely something came out of here that we've done.
We originally started out with making cheddar, and now we make cheddar, Colby, Monterey, Farmers cheese, pizza cheese, Quesa Blanca, Quesa de Friar, Seco, Parma, Romano, Asiago, Fontina, Letta, Caseri, Cafetieri, Cafla Graviera, as well as making some Gouda, Edam, and a little bit of Munster on occasion.
Welcome back, everybody, as it is time now for the Nasonville Dairy post-game show. Nasonville Dairy has fresh cheese curds made daily. Be sure to head over to nasonvilledairy.com. And in tonight's doubleheader, we saw a split. We saw the Cardinals of Chippewa Falls take the first game 5-4 over the Marshfield Tigers. And we saw the Tigers get revenge in game 2, getting the win 7-4 over the Cardinals. And a lot of scoring early on in the second game that really did it for the Tigers. So Tigers put up a run in the first, 3 in the second, a run in the third, 2 in the fifth, and that rounded out the scoring for the Tigers. Cardinals put up 2 in the second and third innings, and that rounded out the scoring for the Cardinals. And back in game 1, Cardinals put up 4 in the third. That was really the game changer there. They put up 4 runs in the third, 1 in the sixth, and 1 in the seventh. So it was 6-4. Cardinals won in game 1. And in game 1, the Tigers with 1 run in the fourth and 3 in the sixth. They tried to make a late push to win it. Not quite enough. So the Tigers split with the Cardinals here tonight. And with that, my name is Cale Jacoby alongside Jada Hamblin doing the production for us tonight. And we'll say good night there, and we will see you next time here on Zaleski Sports.